Okay, so I'd like to call the meeting of the Prince William County School Board to order. This meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under the Virginia Code 2.23708.2 and the authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22nd, 2020 through Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of the current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continued operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. A motion is in order for the approval of the closed session agenda. Ms. Zargarpur?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the Prince William County School Board approve the closed session agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Williams?
Second.
Ms. Williams, second. Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Ms. Ralston votes yes. Very good. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Good. Ms. Jessie votes yes. Do we have to? I hit F5, so let me go to it. Okay.
7 yes, 1 not present vote. Wilk, motion passed.
Okay, moving on to the motion to enter closed session. A motion's in order. Ms. Zargarpur.
Mr. Chairman, I move that pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, the Prince William County School Board enter closed session for the following reasons. 1, to receive information and consult with the staff and legal counsel regarding the acquisition and disposition of school property, where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the school board, and regarding the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the school board would be adversely affected under Virginia Code Section 2.2-2711, A, 3, 6, and 8. 2, to receive information and discuss with division counsel and staff actual or probable litigation and specific legal matters involving staff and students under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 7, and 8. 3, to receive legal advice from division counsel and information from staff regarding impending legislative changes affecting school operations under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 8, and 4, to discuss with staff the performance, appointment, transfer, release, assignment, and promotion of specific officers, employees, or appointees under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A, 1.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Williams?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 not present vote. Motion passed.
Okay, at this time, the Prince William County School Board will now enter closed session and return to open session in approximately 1 hour. Mr. Stevens, let me know when we're good. Is he there?
Mr. Chairman, we've got everybody except for Miss Ralston. I was told that her computer started to do Windows updates. So
Oh, no.
unfortunately, that might be a couple minutes before she can get back in.
Okay, well, we'll catch her up on stuff. I think there's nothing here that will be controversial, and hopefully she'll catch up in time. First off, just apologies to the public. We had a number of technology difficulties in our closed session and our setup, which delayed us, and then closed session went a little bit longer. So the Prince William County School Board will now reconvene in open session, and we're moving on to a closed session certification. A motion is in order. Mrs. Zargarpur.
I move that pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712, that the closed session of the Prince William County School Board meeting of the January 27, 2021 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard and discussed or considered by the school board.
Do I have a second? Ms. Williams?
A second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? As seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes, and Ms. Ralston's absent.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 not present at vote. Motion passed.
Okay, moving on to the closed session action item. A motion's in order. Ms. Zargarpur.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments and releases of specific employees as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Williams.
second.
Any discussion? As seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
B? It didn't show up. Oh, now it did. Okay, and Ms. Ralston is still absent.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 not present at vote. Ralston, motion passed.
Okay. We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Manavar, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have Ms. Ralston back. Excellent. Next, we're at the approval of the public meeting agenda. A motion's in order. Ms. Zargarpur, 11.01.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting agenda as recommended.
Second,
Second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Good. As seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. And Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
No, let's say no.
Yes.
Excellent. Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous. Motion passed.
Motion passes unanimous. Moving on to the adoption of the consent agenda. A motion is in order. Ms. Zargarpur.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams?
second.
Ms. Williams seconds the motion. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie?
I would like to pull off the naming of Old Bridge Elementary, a wing for Miss Anita Fleming.
Well, why don't we just go ahead and make your comments here? We don't have to pull it off. We can just do the comments here. We have her picture up on the
That's fine.
screen for you, Ms. Jessie.
I'm sorry, I should not have said pull it off. I just want to discuss it. It is my honor to alert the school board and the school board community of a request by the staff, parents, and community of Old Bridge Elementary School to name a wing in honor of Anita Flemings. I've had the pleasure of knowing and working with Ms. Flemings for more than 20 years. She was and continues to be one of the most skillful, careful, and professional individuals I've had the pleasure of knowing. She and I had and continue to have a shared vision, which is high levels of learning for all students. With Anita, I think the word is learning for everybody. The staff has asked that her name and the slogan, "A Legacy of Excellence," be inscribed on the building. It is said that personal mission precedes school mission. It is that personal mission outlined in the letters from her staff, parents, and community that makes her worthy of this tribute. She treated her staff like royalty, so you will find letters from the entire staff, the new principal, Lisa Francisco, in the notebook, along with letters from parents. I think there's a notebook on the podium, and you were going to refer to that. Thank you. Included in those letters are the letters from parents and students and members of the community. She will also be receiving a letter from Ardith Carney, the Honorable Ardith Carney, who is the Secretary of Education, and the Honorable Ms. Hala Ayala, member of the House of Delegates for the 51st District. I will outline my top 3 reasons for this honor. First of all, and being a principal, Ms. Flemings worked under the oversight of 8 associate superintendents during her tenure and continued to have high levels of learning in spite of this constant change in leadership. Old Bridge Elementary has received 19 consecutive years of Schools of Excellence awards, 17 under her direction. I think that is a record. The School of Excellence status is not just passing. And I think we have some trend data. Do we have that? Jason? If not, I will just
No, Ms. Jessie, I don't.
I'm sorry, okay. The board members have it in their packets. The 3 years of trend data will show the following. That that school did not just pass, but it was a 90+% pass rate, and as high as 50% of those students performing at the advanced level. I'm a member of the Students in Schools in Challenging Environments Task Force by the Virginia Board of Education, School Board Association. In 2020, only 5 schools in the Commonwealth were selected as sites for best practices. Old Bridge Elementary was one of them. The Old Bridge staff had elaborate events, often authored by the staff in attendance. And Anita has a funny sense of humor, so when I would attend these events, I said, what is it going to be about? She would say, child, I don't know. All I know is going to be good, because she allowed her staff to orchestrate those events. And at many of those events was Dr. Waltz. I don't think he ever missed any events, so I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Waltz.
Dr. Waltz?
Thank you so much, Miss Jessie. And that's a perfect segue, because I did want to say how much I looked forward to those School of Excellence events. And, you know, each school handles those slightly differently, but I will say under Anita Fleming's leadership, they had, I think, the most creative and extravagant celebration of their School of Excellence year after year after year. They were fun. They involved lots of students and, of course, the faculty and staff in those, and those were a pleasure to work with. And I thoroughly enjoyed each and every one of them. And again, you know, that's a hallmark of our school division that sets a bar even higher than the state because we have many other criteria in order to earn that. And she is one of, I believe, only one other school has earned it as many times as Old Bridge under her leadership. So congratulations on that. And I wanted, you know, I'm a storyteller, so I'm going to tell a couple very quick stories. One was I actually met her before I ever worked here one day. So when I was in the I was actually in the Greece Central School District, and I participated in the largest minority recruitment event on the East Coast, which was in New York City every year. And I had done that way back when I was head of HR in Baltimore County. And so right before I came to Prince William County in the spring, we had that recruitment event in New York City. And I knew that I was going to be the superintendent, so I decided that I would seek out the Prince William County recruitment booth. And oh my gosh, was that ever an operation. And even as a principal, Anita Flemings was a part of attending that event every year and helping to recruit minority teachers and administrators from across the East Coast who would line up literally around the block in order to apply to school divisions. And that's when I was so impressed with Anita. I talked with her, met her. I couldn't believe how well organized the recruitment event was. And she was always a key participant in that. And then I'm going to end with a funny story. So one day I got word that all the electricity was out at Woodbridge High School, and it was right about the time they were receiving students. So I went over there to lend a little support because, as you know, Woodbridge doesn't have a lot of windows, but they're getting some more. And when I got over there, I found out that the electricity was out at Old Bridge as well. So as soon as we got things up and running there at Woodbridge, which was in good hands with Mr. Huckstein, I got in my car and drove over to Woodbridge, had an advance call, and Miss Flemings comes out the door to meet me as I walk up, and she says, "I just can't believe this. I can't believe this. We have no electricity. I'm not sure what we're going to do. And then on top of that, I find out you're coming." And so it was kind of a funny story, but we got electricity really quickly. And it was just a little personal side of her, and it was fun. And but she always did an amazing job, and so many stories I could fill up the night with them. But congratulations, Miss Flemings. And I'll turn it over to Nathaniel Provencio, her current associate superintendent. Nathaniel?
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Chairman Lateef, the board, Ms. Jessie, thank you very much for this honor, and proud to be one of 8, right, Ms. Jessie, associate superintendents. But just in a nutshell, on behalf of Team East, Mrs. Flemings has not only been a leader for her school community, but a leader, mentor, and exemplar of excellence for her peers and colleagues, and her legacy as a principal is to be applauded. Well done, Mrs. Flemings.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. Anything further to add, Miss Jessie?
No, Anita, I didn't tell Anita that the school had wanted to do this, because knowing Anita, she wouldn't have let the school do it. So we did it without your permission, but you deserve it, girl. Thank you.
Wonderful, Miss Jessie. I think Miss Williams had her hand up. Oh, okay. All right. You have another question? So Miss Williams has a question.
Well, mine is not on Ms. Flemings. I do think that she's a wonderful principal.
Okay, so we moved on.
Yes.
Okay.
So next up for me is under the consent agenda, we're action item on policy 134, the red line version. So I just wanted to thank the board for considering this and bringing it up. I do feel like I did not do enough of my own due diligence. I missed, because in section E, it talks about speakers requiring an interpreter may be provided additional time beyond the allotted 3 minutes as needed at the discretion of the chairman at large. No comment towards you, just for future, whoever sits in that seat. I think that that's still a little volatile, because I really had advocated initially when I brought this up for review and change, that we just give speakers who need an interpreter double the time to mirror what happened at the BOCS. But I am pleased at the progress that we have made, because it was not an option prior to this. But I would like us to consider, obviously we have more pressing matters at the moment, to just make that something that is mandatory as our county grows. And obviously we have so many languages now that require interpretation, just to make it set in stone that that is a permanent option for speakers who do come before us, and that they are aware that they would have 3 minutes should they need an interpreter to speak, to get their message out, just as any other citizen who speaks English comes before us and speaks. It's not an issue if you speak English. It's not even something you think about. But if you don't, and you're here and you want to speak, you're still concerned as to whether or not you will be allotted that time, the way that this policy is written. It's not a guarantee. So I just wanted to make note of that, but otherwise I'm very excited that we're making this step forward, and I think it's in the right direction, so thank you.
Wonderful, Ms. Williams. And I think what we'll do is we'll vote on it as is tonight, but we will, the spirit of what you've asked this board to look at, we'll do. And if it requires us coming back and amending that at a later date, because it's on consent agenda, we'll go ahead and do it this way. Please vote.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Please vote. I'm sorry. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous. motion
8 yes,
passed.
unanimous. Congratulations, Ms. Flemings, and thank you, Ms. Jessie, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
We will move on to adoption. We did that, right? 1201? Citizen comment time. Okay. Again, apologies to the citizens who were here and those waiting online. We ran into a number of technology problems in our closed session, and then just closed session had a lot going on. Due to the COVID-19 state of emergency, legal restrictions, the school board's authority to conduct its meetings through electronic means, unlike other public bodies meeting electronically under more expansive legal authority, all discussion at this meeting by board member, staff, and citizens must be limited to agenda items. Citizens may speak on an agenda item for 2 minutes. When the board is able to resume regular meetings without the virtual participation permitted during the state of emergency, expanded citizen comment time will be resumed as provided by Policy 134. In the interim, citizen comment time has been reinstated on a limited basis in order to allow public comment both in person and through electronic means during the state of emergency. Citizens are encouraged to submit their comments by email to the clerk, who will share them with the school board. Those citizens who've signed up in advance with the school board clerk via email no later than 4 p.m. today, January 27, 2021, may address the school board in person or virtually electronically about matters relating to the January 27, 2021 agenda items only. There is 1 speaker in person and then 5 speakers online. First speaker will be Walter Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, if you can approach the microphone, please keep your mask on and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I live at 203 Mass Cove, Stafford, Virginia, 22554. My name is Walter Kaplan. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I appreciate everything that this board does. My wife is a high school teacher in Prince William County, and I come here tonight. I've been involved in public safety all my life. I've since moved over to the private side, but I still work with the federal government managing one of their disaster teams. I have a master's in public health. I'm very, very concerned at this point with my wife going back to full-time teaching without being vaccinated. Again, I hope my comments don't offend, but I don't understand why teachers in Prince William are any less important than teachers in other surrounding counties that are currently getting vaccinated before going back to school. I don't understand how we can identify who's got underlying conditions. We've spoken, both my wife and I, as well as with friends that work in the schools, who are always reluctant to release any personal medical information for whatever reason. Not saying that that's right or wrong, but I think you'll find that most of us, myself included, have underlying conditions that make us vulnerable. And I'm very concerned her going back to school would jeopardize our family, would jeopardize me, my daughter, my son. My daughter has underlying medical conditions, and my wife does as well. So at what point, I ask, is the risk outweighed by the benefits? I saw today that VDH had listed an outbreak officially at one of the Prince William schools. I also read, I think it was in the Prince William Times, that at the beginning of January, there were 50 identified cases in the school, and now the end of January, that had shot up to 746, I think is what I read, with a total COVID count throughout the school system of over 1,400. To me, that's very concerning.
Thank you, sir.
I tried to be quick.
Very good. Mr. Stevens, we will move to the virtual speakers if you want to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to stick to the 2-minute time as well. So if you run over, I will just be muting your microphone. Our first speaker is Jasmine Campbell. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Jasmine Campbell, for those of you that didn't catch it. I'm a sophomore at Charles Colgan High School in Prince William County, and I'll be speaking on the growing COVID cases in Prince William County and its effect on returning to school. As a student, I believe it's incredibly unsafe to open schools, even partially across the county. As someone who absolutely has issues with online virtual school, with processing issues and mental illnesses, even I and many others like me can understand that it's not safe. I understand that this might seem like a purely emotional argument at first glance, so I bring with me numbers that you can count on. First of all, Prince William County is currently second in COVID cases behind Fairfax County. Furthermore, Virginia and New Jersey both have populations of around 8 or 8.5 million, yet New Jersey is above us in COVID cases, with Virginia 6 places behind. As it so happens, this has to do with likely the fact that New Jersey has been opening their schools, and New Jersey has a governor currently pushing to continue to open their schools. In case that wasn't enough of a comparison, Missouri has 2 million less people in their state than we do, and yet is currently ahead of us in COVID cases as well. In finality, it's not worth the risk you'd be placing on those children, their families, your teachers and their families, and the county as a whole. While last year we were being told that children aren't spreading COVID as much, recently many studies have actually gone against this. So I implore you to look inside yourselves and understand that though remote learning may not be the most fun thing in the world, it remains necessary even now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Martin. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Jim Martin. My address and phone number on file. I thank you for the time to speak to you this evening. Thank you for your continued efforts to reopen the schools. I encourage you to accelerate or at least continue the return to in-person instruction plan. Thousands of children have returned to the schools with only one probable, I repeat, probable case or outbreak at the high school the gentleman mentioned before. That's a very small number given the amount of children who are in school. Children have shown their desire to return to school and willingness to cooperate with safety measures. I see this in my own children in first and third grades who have shown a delight with returning to school. Yesterday, the CDC recommended the schools reopen. They show there's little evidence the schools have contributed meaningfully to the increased community transmission. A study of 90,000 students found in-school transmission was very rare, and there were no cases of student-to-staff transmission, according to the Journal of American Medical Association. Every staff member has access to a KN95 to provide a higher level of protection, and staff members are now receiving the vaccine. There's no reason to further delay the return to in-person learning and increase the detrimental effects to our children's education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amber Stevens. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. And you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Amber Stevens, and I have a student at Prince William County Public Schools. I'm imploring you to please allow students that are able and willing the choice for in-person learning. All I'm asking for is the choice. We are able to follow through on, and that will not be given to us and then ripped away or put off another month. I have researched facts and evidence to back up my claim. I have evidence that shows the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Association of Psychiatry have all made statements that the evidence shows the academic, mental, and physical benefits of in-person learning far outweigh the risks from coronavirus. Also, studies show that schools reopening, the ones that have so far, did not cause a surge in COVID-19 cases. We need to put science and hard facts above fear. As a military family, my concern is that my daughter is going to fall too far behind, and then we will have to move to a state that has had physical instruction. She will not be on the same level as her peers. For example, my stepdaughter, who lives in Mississippi, has been back face-to-face learning 5 days a week since August. There have been no quarantines, and the kids have been able to get their education uninterrupted. She is thriving, even with all the safety protocols put into place. School is so much more than an educational institution. My husband was a victim of abuse as a child, and school saved him. He is where he is now because school saved him. What do we tell those students who are living a nightmare for almost a year now because we can't figure it out because of bus schedules? Please, the majority of health professionals have said that children need to relearn to in-person learning. Yet we continue to let our children down every board meeting that pushes the opening of schools later and later. Please give us the choice to return face-to-face.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Kern. You can unmute your microphone. You have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Kernan. My address is on file. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, I come before the board to advocate for my child's education and many others in the county. This time, I get the choice to go virtual so that I can say stop and specifically thank Jason for allowing us to speak. With his great efforts so that citizens are allowed to speak and be a part of the advocating for our students. As citizen time is on and marked for policy in the agenda tonight, I just want to bring forward my appreciation for the opportunity to speak out. Also, the clerk for doing a fantastic job to assign stakeholders the opportunity to participate. I also want to bring attention to Dr. Roper and the SPED department for the lines of boxes my son was able to witness the last meeting and show that he is not forgotten. There are wonderful tools that were given out to him and to others. So this tough learning has some choices. I thank the board for staying focused on staying the course and opening our schools. Use your moral compass. My son thrives in person, and many others just like him want to be in person. Many of our teachers also have been eager to return to the classrooms to support their students. My highlight this Monday was when I picked up my son after an in-person tutoring session. He says, "Mom, I needed that. I miss it a lot. School made me feel good." If a student can recognize the missing part of his journey, certainly the board can also make the best for all of our students and return to thrive. Science and data make for an eloquent speech. Sorry, the words of a student should make for a positive future for all our children. Reading is a life skill. Wash your hands, wear your mask, and keep an open mind for progressively, if not aggressively, open our classrooms for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronna Call. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, and everyone else in the room. My name is Ronna Call, and my address is on file. I hope you have enjoyed a little hiatus I gave you. I thought you needed a little break. I'm virtual today because my job prevented me from being at the Kelly Building in time to speak to you, and I'm so grateful you've given me this choice. It has been 318 days. I'm going to say that again. 318 days since my sons were able to experience the choice of in-person learning. Thank you to all of you who've engaged in a dialogue with me and listened. Leading by example, I hope to see more follow. Thank you to all of you who've chosen to be part of the solution. Thank you for the board and the school division who've made it possible in such a short amount of time to start vaccinating and ensuring that all in-person teachers have appointments to be vaccinated. I'm eager to be part of the solution. I completed my half-day medical reserve corps training this past weekend and am excited to volunteer this weekend when 2,400 more teachers and staff are vaccinated. Thank you to those of you continuing to listen to the science. I'm sure Mrs. Huebner and team will be providing a compelling update that focuses on numbers in context that include mitigation efforts, as every bit of science source published for weeks and months now underscore that schools are not environments that are spreading COVID with and because of mitigation. Thank you to those of you who continue to focus on current and relevant data updates. This situation changes so quickly, and when I see data being portrayed from October 7th as current guiding data points for January, I'm dismayed and alarmed. But know you will understand these differences and filter accordingly. I remain encouraged that all of our leading sources that you've heard many mentioned today have underscored the need to return students to the choice to in-person learning. Systems across the country and the world remain with the option to in-person learning and show us best practices. Aggressive vaccine rollouts that even with first dose provides yet another layer of protection, but not a dependency. The strong leadership in our schools and principals ready to receive their students. I'm looking forward to hearing how you will continue to stay the course, offering our students who choose it the option for in-person learning. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Stevens?
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much, and thank you for those who waited online. Next, we'll hear from our student representative, Ashley Manavar, our alternate student rep. She'll be sitting in tonight for Caroline Silvera this evening. Ashley is a senior at Woodbridge High School, and I'm excited to announce and share with you all that she's just been accepted to New York University. She would like to go there and attend. She was received, by the way, early admission, which is fantastic, highly competitive in one of the best universities in America. She would like to study psychology in a pre-med track. So congratulations, Ashley, from the entire school board, our school administration, and I'm sure the folks over at Woodbridge High School. Please take it away.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Lateef and all of the board members for congratulating me on my acceptance to New York University. It means a lot to me. Tonight, we have our Battlefield Senator present, Abdullah Yusufzai. He has worked really hard this year, and thank you for everything you have done for the Senate. On another note, the PWCS Student Senate has been working hard behind the scenes. We've recently started a YouTube series titled Senator Summaries. We post summaries of the school board meetings and recap on everything discussed in less than 5 minutes. Ben Kim, one of the student representatives on the school board, was a part of this video along with Cyrell Greer, the Garfield High School senator. Teachers, I heavily encourage you to show your students these videos if you can. The videos on our YouTube channel, PWCS Student Senate. As we are entering the second semester, I heavily encourage students to continue reaching out to their teachers for any additional support. Right now, high school students are making decisions for their courses next year, and I encourage students to reach out to upperclassmen or teachers with any questions about courses and handling extracurriculars at the same time. The specialty program application is due February 1st. Please look at the programs available on the PWCS website. Keep up with the Student Senate at PWCS Senate on Twitter, as well as our website, pwcsstudentsenate.com. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, and I was remiss in introducing Senator Yusufzai from Battlefield High School. Can you please stand up, Mr. Yusufzai? I don't know if the cameras can pick it up. Thank you for your service this year to all the students in the school division, and the Student Senate has done a remarkable job in delivering and communicating to this body and to the wider administration your needs and desires, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Ashley, and congratulations, and all right, NYU, you know that's where Alexander Hamilton went. King's College it was called. All right, outstanding. We're gonna move next. Yeah, he got a scholarship, right? To King's College, yes, it's in the song, right? From our music teacher here, Lisa Zargapur, and Vice Chair. Outstanding. And by the way, he was an immigrant. And as the song says, immigrants get the job done, right? All right, wonderful. Okay, no more fooling around. Okay, superintendent's time, Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to update you, staff members, parents, students, and community members on the important work occurring during this pandemic. On January 12th, I had the opportunity to visit Signal Hill Elementary School to check in on the in-person return of second and third grade students. I had the chance to thank the staff for their very hard work, as well as to talk to the school nurse about personal protective equipment. The school counselor also shared the many ways they are supporting students in person and virtually, including grade level lunch bunches where students are invited to hang out on Zoom during lunch and to play games. It was a great visit, and I sincerely appreciate the efforts of the staff there and throughout the school division during this pandemic. On the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, I was proud to participate in the 2021 Martin Luther King Jr. Youth Oratorical Competition. Due to the pandemic, this event was held virtually. Now in its 31st year, the oratorical program is sponsored by the Prince William County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., in affiliation with the Delta Research and Educational Foundation. Creative flair, hard work, time, and effort were evident in the impassioned speeches of this year's student presenters, 3 of whom are PWCS students. Nielu, I'm sorry, this is a very hard one for me. Nielu Osterila Anderson, Freedom High School, Amber Austin, Patriot High School, Zion Fozo, Potomac High School. Congratulations to Naila, a 9th grader who took 2nd place in this year's audience-driven competition. I would also like to thank Ms. Lily Jesse, school board member for the Occoquan District, who is the founder and first chairperson of the MLK Youth Oratorical, as well as Ms. Sheila Mitchell, my neighbor and primary organizer of this outstanding event. Even during a pandemic, PWCS is cooperating in efforts to improve education. Last week, I was interviewed in a research study conducted by Food Corps, a nonprofit organization whose aim is to create a more perfect school food system. Former Virginia First Lady Dorothy McAuliffe is on the board of directors. Food Corps is conducting interviews as a method of researching school divisions across the country regarding food service operations during the pandemic. At the conclusion of my interview, which was almost an hour, the researcher said that our PWCS food services operations is the, and I quote, top 1 or 2 most inspiring models, end quote, we have discovered in America. I am very proud of the work of Adam Russo, Director of School Food and Nutrition Services, and his outstanding team who have been working since last March to ensure our students and community members are fed under the direction and coordination of Mr. Al Shiroki, Associate Superintendent. Congratulations. Our staff members continue to shine throughout this pandemic. I would like to congratulate Andy Jacks, principal of Ashland Elementary Schools. The Virginia Association of Elementary School Principals has awarded Mr. Jacks with the 2020 Professional Development Award, which provides recognition to educators who have enhanced professional development opportunities for elementary and middle school principals. Mr. Jacks will be presented this award in June at the association's annual awards luncheon. Congratulations. Firefighting is one of the school division's newest career and technical education course offerings. The program is open to students this year who attend Unity Reed School and Unity Reed High School and Osborne Park High Schools, and allows students to earn Firefighter 1 and 2 certifications. Next year, it will be open to all high schools. During the pandemic, PWCS has been working to provide in-person learning opportunities for CTE students. PWCS partners with the Prince William County Fire and Rescue System, allowing students to learn from professionals and use the latest state-of-the-art equipment and experience the real world of firefighting science at the Prince William County Public Safety Training Center in Nokesville. To end my presentation, and this will end it, check out this video for more information on this exciting new program. Roll video, and at the conclusion, it's back to you, Chairman Lateef.
Our goal is to take every student that attends the cadet program and get them certified to the Virginia Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 level. It's a certifying exam that is recognized throughout the nation and will allow them to get hired as a firefighter within the fire department. The students in the cadet program will have the opportunity to learn about fire behavior, building construction, how to pull fire hose, how to throw a ladder, as well as how to operate safely on the fire ground.
First, we learned about the basic knowledge about the fire gear, how to put it on, the SCBA mask that you have to wear, and we also learned how about certain fires, how to put them out.
We do a number of training practicals leading up to the end of the program that prepares the students to be able to go into a structure that is on fire and extinguish that fire safely.
Whether or not it was open floor or not, say it more simply. Simply, the basement and the upper floor connect to each other.
I also have help from other firefighters in the fire and rescue system that have years of experience and are able to come and help teach different topics to the students and offer a skill set that's unique and will benefit the students when trying to learn the various topics. We have tailored this program to fit within the scheduled school day so that students are able to attend during those normal school hours and won't have to come in the evening or the weekend.
It's really cool. I really love it. It's like having an action person with, especially with my fellow cadets and everything. It's really cool.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Dr. Waltz, will that be available for the public to watch? Can we send that out? Can you unmute, sir? Okay, Dr. Waltz, can you unmute?
Yes, I believe we will be able to post that, but we'll check that out.
Wonderful, sir. That's exciting, and congratulations on continued cutting-edge CTE programming that this division's well known for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Let me clarify, because I know I'm going to get slammed. King's College was Columbia, not NYU. Hamilton was Columbia. Sorry about that, Ashley. NYU is still a fantastic place. Very excited. Congratulations. All right, next, back to you, Dr. Waltz, on Superintendent's update on the pandemic, sir.
Thank you again, Chairman Lateef and members of the board. I will provide a brief update on the recent announcement of the Governor of Virginia and the return to in-person learning guidance provided by the Virginia Department of Education, or VDOE. In addition, I will discuss efforts to vaccinate, as well as our work focused on student mental health. Following my remarks, I will turn it over to Denise Hebner, Associate Superintendent for Special Education Student Services, who, along with her team, will provide further details on the health information. Turning to VDOE new guidance, the guidance released on January 14th includes components of the previous guidance document, including CDC recommendations for mitigation measures, use of the CDC core indicators for decision-making, and state recommendations that certain students, including young learners, students with disabilities, and English learners, be prioritized for in-person instruction. Components include the 5-step process for divisions to consider as they make decisions, and the new matrix for consideration of multiple factors. So please show that slide. And PWS has been at the forefront of much, and especially in being aligned to the previous guidance as well as the new guidance. As you know, we have had our most vulnerable learners in person since the first day in September. We have also returned pre-K through 3rd grade to in-person. Again, this was aligned to and continues in alignment with the new guidance. We currently are in the highest transmission rate in the community for COVID-19. Our schools have been vigilant in implementing mitigation efforts, helping keep COVID-19 out of our schools with in-person extent possible. However, we do have individuals, staff, and students that have been COVID-19 positive and been in person. As such, some of our schools are approaching impact as defined by the new guidance. The 19 cases in PWCS are dynamic. From January 17th to 23rd, we had 181 confirmed cases of students and staff, comparable to the previous week of January 10 through 16, where we had 217 cases, and January 3 through 9, where we had 313 cases. As a reminder, the PWCS website has a dashboard with the most recent available cases. We continue to conduct our PPE reviews to ensure our schools are fully implementing their mitigations. This will include unannounced visits moving forward with Mr. John Wallingford, Associate Superintendent for Finance and Risk Management, providing greater detail in just a few minutes. At this time, we are aligned to the governor's previous guidance and the new guidance. I believe it is worth noting that the return of grades 4 through 12 would not be recommended by this revised guidance at this time. However, school reopening decisions remain a local decision under this guidance. The interim guidance is intended to serve as a resource for local health and education decision makers. The interim guidance does not require staff to be vaccinated before schools offer in-person instruction. Teachers and school staff are considered part of Phase 1B and are eligible to receive a vaccine when their local health districts enter Phase 1B. PWCS continues to work as rapidly as possible to maximize all available vaccinations. As of January 22nd, all Tier 1 employees have been provided the opportunity for a vaccination, along with all those aged 65 and older who have been working in person or are simply employees in the school division. By the end of this coming weekend, it is expected that approximately 3,200 staff will have received their first vaccinations. Prince William County Public Schools has been working to secure vaccinations for school division staff through the Prince William Health District, ANOVA, and Novant UVA Health System. PWCS has no control over the number of vaccinations available. We are ahead of the original schedule announced by the Prince William Health District and would have started vaccinations according to that schedule, not until later this month. PWCS staff are doing everything in our power to assist the vaccination distribution. Our nurses are working hard as part of the effort to vaccinate, as well as our student services, human resources, risk management, communications, and information technology staff who are all supporting this effort. As the health district partners make vaccines available, PWCS will move forward with registering the remaining teachers and staff in PWCS. And as information becomes available regarding vaccinations for additional staff, PWCS will share it with employees just as soon as possible. Due to the scarcity of the vaccine, we have had to prioritize the distribution. As appointments for vaccinations become available, they will first be offered in this approximate order. Tier 1 employees who have been working in person. Tier 1 employees are those who have underlying medical conditions documented with PWCS Human Resources that place them at high risk per the CDC if they were to contact COVID-19. All other Tier 1 employees, followed by those 65 and older who have been working in person, followed by all other active employees over 65. Then staff in a high-risk job is defined by the Virginia Occupational Safety and Health, otherwise known as VOSH. Instructional, administrators, and support staff based on report date. Example, staff who was in person in September before staff reporting in October, then staff in December and January, then planned for February. Followed by central office and other staff. Again, we do not control the availability of the number of vaccines. Recently, we have been informed that there may be very limited availability until at least mid-February. We will continue to provide updates to the school board and all employees as soon as we are able. I would now like to turn to the mental health of our staff and students. The ongoing pandemic is placing a great strain on everyone, and we are aware of its impact on the mental health of our students, our employees, parents. At a recent meeting of the Washington Association of Superintendent Study Committee, I received training from the National Association of School Psychologists, otherwise NASP. They highlighted the fact that 90% of adults experience COVID-19 related worry, frustration, boredom, or anxiety. 56% of adults experience at least one effect on mental health. 49% have shown signs of depression. These statistics reinforce the need for the work we are making to support our employees and students' mental health, which we've highlighted in previous presentations on how we're addressing health. As the school board received a brief recently, we are working to remind students in need to reach out to their teachers and counselors for support, as well adding additional resources and proactive availability for offering resources to in organization and academic support. I want to encourage our staffs to support and check in on each other. Our employee assistance program is just a phone call away at 1-844-880-6915. Again, that's 1-844-880-6915, or through the PWCS website. I would like to conclude my remarks by reminding parents to think of COVID-19 much like inclement weather. Just as in inclement weather situations, and guardians make the ultimate choice on sending their student to school. Parents and guardians whose student is in person but feel it is now unsafe can opt back into virtual instruction at any time on any regular school day by contacting their school. Finally, just as with inclement weather, I will not hesitate to utilize the authority provided to me by the school board to take such measures as I consider necessary to protect the health of students and staff, including measures needed to respond to the impact of the pandemic on individual schools. This could include changes to school operations with limited notice due to the constant dynamic situation with COVID-19. And should a school or schools have a significant impact at any time. Please know that all our employees are working extremely hard to serve our students to the best of our ability, and we are working to implement the school board plan to return to in-person learning to be as safe as possible. And I also want to give a shout out in that training to just recognize that we appreciate what the parents are doing, and we know that the parents are doing the very best they can. So thank you. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Huebner, and that concludes my end of the report. Ms. Huebner.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, Dr. Waltz. I'll start this evening just by a brief recognition, and I will follow that up at the end of this, but I wanted to recognize our school nurses who at this time have not only supported our staff and our students in the buildings, but are now also supporting our community's efforts with vaccines and vaccinations, both for our school employees and through the MRC. So under the leadership of Ms. Polk, our school nurses have done
I think
an
we're
amazing
gonna give
job
a
and
round of
continue to just
applause,
impress me more
Ms.
and more
Huebner,
every
to your
day.
nurses.
So thank you for all that they've done. Our recent partnership with Novant and support from Inova has been very much appreciated. And with that, I will kick off the new guidance. So as I'm sure you're all aware, things sometimes in a pandemic change. And as recently excuse me, last week, we did receive additional guidance from the state. During, next slide, please, Jason. So in this report, we'll go over the new guidance from the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Department of Health. We'll review the 5 steps for the decision-making process that's outlined in the guidance, as well as a summary of the assessment, and we'll provide you additional details on updates on the vaccines. Next slide, please. So as you're aware, in September, the CDC introduced guidance to schools to assist them with their decision-making. This included the metrics, and the Virginia Department of Health created a school metrics dashboard to help inform our community and to guide our decision-making. So each time at our school board meetings, we review this guidance, and many aspects of the pandemic are reflected on that dashboard. So as we change our scope and how we look, we'll now be implementing and looking at the new interim guidance for K-12 reopening of schools. Since our last meeting, this document has become relevant and replaces all of the other guidance we received from Virginia Department of Education. This document now incorporates and replaces the phased guidance for Virginia schools. The guidance highlights that the CDC framework is to be used together with the interim guidance with a significant consideration of the school, of excuse me, of the impact on your school. It includes a description of how schools can assess that and a decision matrix to help us understand and a step-by-step guide to thinking those decisions through. Next slide, please. The 5 overarching considerations and guiding principles are supporting in-person learning and considering both students and staff and their needs for learning in person and the mental health, prioritizing our young learners, students with disabilities, and English language learners, as well as putting education first with a focus on prevention, We recognize that in our schools, prevention means behavioral changes for both our staff and our students, and that takes time. But we are also very optimistic about our ability to implement the mitigation strategies and continued success. This includes promoting healthy habits as we collaborate with our health district and teach our staff and our students to maintain social distancing, wearing appropriate face coverings, hand etiquette, respiratory etiquette, and making sure that you feel comfortable staying home if you don't feel well. We also are considering the community needs, considering the disease data, understanding the socioeconomic factors that influence COVID-19 transmission, literacy barriers, and other educational needs in the community when we start making our plans. The new guidance encourages us to be flexible and innovative. So just as Dr. Waltz mentioned, there may be times where we need to consider a reduction in in-person learning due to transmission in school or illness in school, also within our instructional methods as we experience staffing concerns. Next slide, please. As part of the self-assessment, the step 1 asks us to look at our mitigation strategies. And the amazing team for risk management has been assisting us with this, and Mr. Wallingford will report more about that in greater detail. Step 2, we determine the level of impact, which will also be looked at in a future slide. But this looks at the transmission within the schools, student absenteeism, staff capacity, and we will again review this in the future. The third step is evaluating the level of community disease and transmission. In this case, it's talking about case incidence and test positivity. So it talks to what does that tell you about the likelihood of infection in your school? What does that tell you about the local health district's information about cases in the community? What populations are impacted and how does that impact our situation in schools? And it talks about case incidence or test positivity and if it's likely to be isolated or in the community at large. It looks at where this is occurring. Is this occurring in specific settings? For example, schools or examples of universities or jails, or things that really impact the positivity rate. So it asks us to really take a look at where the clusters of outbreaks are or positivity in the community, and then think about that as we form our decisions in school. Additionally, the secondary indicators, it asks us to look at secondary indicators to tell us about how well our community can mitigate and handle the disease burden. So that is how our local hospitals and healthcare professionals are able to manage and treat COVID-19. We consider how we discuss this and how that impacts our schools with our local health department. We don't make those decisions on our own just by looking at numbers. We engage in conversation and communication. Our entire health leadership team attends these meetings. We rely on our medical experts, Ms. Polk and Ms. Bellamy, to interpret some of that for us and to guide us along the way. We also, in number 4, understanding our community's needs. So we take a look at our young learners and decide which groups may need some additional services. We look at mental health services and decide which of those groups would benefit most from being in school. So as an effort to provide insight on step 1 of the process, as outlined in this new guidance, we will start looking at our division's ability in a step-by-step process to successfully implement mitigation strategies. And this is supported by the work that Mr. Wallingford and the team in risk management is currently conducting. So at this time, I would like to invite Mr. Wallingford to update us on that work.
Thank you, Mrs. Hebner, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. At our last meeting, we shared with you results of our first round of support efforts in schools, and we showed you raw numbers and percentages. Ron Crow and his team worked with Jennifer Casada and her team very recently to come up with a model that is simpler to understand that we can share with you and better aligns with the rest of this presentation. As you can see, we have a scale that goes from red to green, from low numbers to high numbers, and each of these is an indication for those mitigation strategies of how well we're implementing. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that discloses to you the results of the first 2 rounds of support. Our teams in risk management going out and helping support folks to get things done well. And you can see in the boxes, you can see down the left-hand column, the 4 mitigation strategies that we're currently assessing. And across the top, our scale from 0 to 4, or from red to green, again, low numbers being less good and high numbers being better. And in each cell, you can see the results of our first assessment in December, and then our second assessment in January. Those colors are just to differentiate between the 2 months. And you can see that for use of masks, we did very well both in December and January. If you recall, social distancing was the area that we discussed a bit. And you can see that we have, after 2 rounds of assessments, you can see that we've stepped up our game there with social distancing. Again, if you recall, that was primarily signage. And so Mr. Crow and his team have helped schools and departments improve on those areas. The last 2, hand hygiene and cleaning and disinfection, you can see both very high in both December and January. Just a few points to make. The school support teams continue routine visits at all of our schools. We are expanding into departments in the near future. A request that's been made from several board members and suggestions from other folks, you can see here in the second bullet, and then that is support teams are now conducting these self-assessment visits, both on an unannounced basis, and if there's a specific request that comes from, could come from a variety of sources, in fact. The last thing I want to mention here is contact tracing. If you recall it at the last presentation, at the last meeting, I suggested that contact tracing is not one of the mitigation strategies that the support teams from risk management would be evaluating. We've reassessed that and decided to include contact tracing as one of the items that, as we move into the February assessments and the ongoing assessments that are taking place, that we will incorporate. The next time you see this slide, you'll see that 5th row for contact tracing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallingford. So at this time, I think we have a good handle on the first 4 of the mitigation strategies, and I'm going to invite Ms. Polk to speak to the next slide.
Thank you, Mrs. Heidner. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. And thank you, Mr. Wallingford. In addition to the information that Mr. Wallingford provided, moving forward, we will include a process to consider the different aspects of contact tracing in collaboration with the local health department. On this chart, you will see that at this time, with the current number of students in buildings, we are successful in our case investigation and collaboration with the Prince William Health District for contact tracing efforts. When we are considering how to assess our work in this area, we contemplate the following questions. 1, are you familiar with the Virginia Department of Health's Guide to Contact Tracing? And the answer to that is yes. Contact tracing is a tool used by the health district to find people who have been diagnosed with COVID and to provide guidance to them on how to stop the spread. In addition, the case investigators and contact tracers also provide resources for individuals who are found to be positive. And so we are working very closely with the Prince William Health District, as you've heard before. So the next question is, do you have a relationship with your local health department or health district in Prince William? We have a very good relationship with them. We meet with the medical director on a weekly basis. And if we need to talk with her more often, certainly we reach out to her. As the supervisor for student health services, I'm often in close contact with the case investigator, and our staff is well aware of who the contact tracers are, and we can reach out to them at any time if we have questions or need to discuss a specific case with them. Do you understand what to do if a student or teacher is ill? Absolutely. Our nurses are well versed on what their role is. And if a student is in person and that child exhibits any symptoms that may be considered COVID-like, they have processes in place for getting that student to a room to isolate them and contacting the parent to have the parent pick the child up and giving the parent specific guidance on what to do. When it comes to staff, the administrators are well aware of what they need to do for staff. And really the same rules apply if someone is in person, that we want to get that person isolated as quickly as possible. And we do make recommendations for them to follow up with their healthcare provider. And of course, if that person is found to be positive, then the health district is involved in working with them to assist them during that time frame. If your school has been open for in-person instruction, how effective has your collaboration with the local health department been? If there has been a student or teacher found to be COVID-19 positive, again, I believe our collaboration with the local health district has been excellent. They are definitely available to provide guidance to us and to talk with us at any time about cases or any questions that we may have. And the last one is, are you familiar with the Virginia Department of Health, Department of Education tabletop exercises for K-12 schools? And yes, we are familiar with those exercises. And those are exercises that can be done at schools or in the division to help guide and look at how things are being done, and then to evaluate in the end any changes or recommendations that may need to be made. We have solid plans in place with the support of our school nurses to deal with those situations when someone becomes sick at school. When we are considering how to assess our work in this area, we contemplate the following questions. Do you have a plan to isolate the sick individual and communicate confidentially to those who may have been close contacts of the person? Absolutely. Do we have a plan to work with the local health department to support contact tracing? Yes, we do. And not only are we working with them, currently we have 2 nurses on special assignment who are working specifically on the staff cases that we are getting, and they are reviewing those for any staff member who may be positive for COVID and getting all the information that the health district needs and trying to provide that to them in a timely fashion. And they've been doing this for a few weeks now, and soon we will have some additional nurses joining us in that effort, because we certainly realize that we need a few extra hands in order to keep track and to do all of the things that need to be done to support the contact tracing. Finally, it is important that we all work together to ensure timely communication is sent to all stakeholders. We strive to continually improve our processes in this area to offer quick and accurate communication. When we are considering how to assess our work in this area, we contemplate the following questions. Do your parents and staff know what to do if someone gets sick? And I would say yes. Certainly with students, the school nurses give parents some very specific information and recommendations if their child is in school and the parent is called to pick up their child. The school nurses are also reminded to follow up with parents. And if we get notice of a student at home that may have been exposed or may have been diagnosed with COVID, the nurses are as well reaching out to those parents to provide information to them and to also just check up on the status of that particular student. And that is why it's also important that we work closely with the health district, especially for our staff, because again, the contact tracers through the health district are the ones who will reach out to those staff members and provide them some guidance and talk to them to find out how they're doing as they go through this process of quarantine and recovery. Is there a plan for people to stay home when sick? Yes. Our Human Resources Benefits Department works with school staff to ensure that they know what is in place for them if they have to be quarantined for a period of time, and they discuss all of that with the employee as needed. Can you explain to the parents / community and staff what these mitigation measures do and what you are doing to try to prevent SARS-CoV-2 spread in the schools? Yes, and again, you've heard over and over about the mitigation strategies. We continue to reinforce that. And I think overall we're doing well. Certainly we realize that we have some students who may have some difficulty wearing masks, but we still encourage the staff in the schools to make sure that they're doing the proper mitigation strategies. And we feel very comfortable that as long as we, constantly work to strive to meet those mitigation strategies, we can be successful in our efforts to keep our students and staff safe. Do your parents and staff know what the plan is if there's an outbreak in the school and what you might do if you suspend in-person classes for a short period of time, either in a class or a larger part of the school? And I would say yes, and certainly the administrators in the schools work closely with their associates to discuss if there are situations in their particular building where they might need to look at suspending classes for a period of time. Next slide, please. Here you will see a visual which brings together all those areas in which we focus when we determine the potential risk of transmission in schools. You see several of the items that we will review with you this evening to include an assessment of our mitigation strategies and the CDC school indicator data. Next slide, please. When we look at the 5 key mitigation strategies of wearing a mask, physical distancing, washing hands, cleaning and disinfecting, and contact tracing, we feel very confident that we have had success with the current students attending in person at this time. When we look into the future and anticipate the return of secondary school students, we do have concerns about the effectiveness of our contact tracing efforts with the increased volume of students and the inability for our secondary students to cohort, meaning they stay with the same group all day. However, I assure you that we are prepared to rise to the challenge and are moving swiftly to put plans in place to supplement our student health workforce as needed. Next slide, please. I will now turn the presentation over to our Director of Student Services, Mrs. Rebecca Schlater, to discuss the level of school impact and school data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Polk. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. As Mrs. Polk said, my name is Becca Schlater, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of Student Services and to be with you all this evening. Using the information provided by the Virginia Department of Education that Mrs. Huebner shared earlier, PWCS must work to determine the level of school impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important for all of us to understand the following. The level of school impact can only be assessed for those schools that have offered some level of in-person instruction, as we have in Prince William County schools. Schools should collaborate with local health departments on contact investigations, which we have shared with you we are doing. Depending on the level of COVID-19 transmission in the school and outbreak status, public health may recommend adjustment to mitigation strategies. In some circumstances, public health may recommend temporary closure of a school, remote learning for a short period of time to control transmission before reopening. And know that this is something that our partnership with the Prince William Health District brings us close with that relationship so that we can make those decisions. Also, this is a subjective assessment. It's a subjective assessment that should factor in a school's ability to maintain adequate staff for facility operations, transportation, teaching, and administrative functions. It should include input from teachers, staff regarding their availability to return to in-person instruction. So you can see here on this slide that we consider ourselves to be in the low impact area for transmission in schools and student absenteeism. Our attendance rate for the first part of the school year is approximately 98%. Our staff capacity straddles both normal and strained classifications because we have had some difficulty finding substitute teachers. As we look at this from the division level, it's important to note that while some schools have concerns, there are many that are not having any difficulty in this area. Please know that we will closely monitor these 3 areas and notify the superintendent and his staff when we see a change. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see a summary of some of the measures that we analyze frequently to determine the level of school impact. The positive cases for both virtual and in-person students continue to account for a small percentage of the entire student population for that learning environment. When looking at our surveillance form data, it's important to note that surveillance forms are submitted for a variety of reasons, not just illness. You will see here that over 1/2 of the forms submitted during the month of January are for those who are close contacts and not necessarily those who are ill. Finally, we closely monitor any situations that may be classified as a school outbreak. A school outbreak is defined as a situation wherein 2 or more individuals receive a positive test result on a molecular test, not the rapid test, with a link to the school setting. To date, we have had 1 outbreak reported to the Virginia Department of Health dashboard, and that outbreak involved less than 5 persons and is already listed as pending closure. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see data regarding those situations in which students had to quarantine during the month of January. You will note that most of our close contacts are not ill and are being quarantined per CDC guidelines as a precaution. During the month of January, it has been reported to us that 1,153 students have been quarantined. Next slide, please. Here you see our student positive case data broken out by student learning environment. Again, you can see that the majority of our positive cases are for those students learning virtually. In all situations, the number of positive cases account for less than 2% of the student population. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see data regarding those situations in which staff members had to quarantine during the month of January. Again, you will see that most of our close contacts are not ill and are being quarantined per CDC guidelines as a precaution. During the month of January, it has been reported to us that 435 staff members have been quarantined. Next slide, please. Finally, you will see our staff member positive case data broken out by work environment. You will see that our in-person staff members are affected by positive cases at a higher rate than our virtual staff members. In all situations, the number of positive cases account for less than 4% of the staff member population. Next slide, please. As we have shared in the past months, the CDC core and secondary indicators are an important part of our decision-making process. As you can see here on the comparison charts, the percent of positive test results has decreased. Additionally, while the total number of new cases per 100,000 persons has increased from January 5th to January 26th, it has also decreased almost 50% in the past 7 days. Please remember that all the core indicators are reported for the last 14 days, and the secondary indicator percent change in new cases per 100,000 is reported for the last 7 days. In summary, we are seeing improvement in some very important areas that impact our decision making. I will now turn the presentation back to Mrs. Huebner.
Thank you, Mrs. Schlater. Next slide, please. So in all that we do in all our decision making, we do keep our children's education at the forefront in all that we do and all of our decisions. We take a look and try to understand the needs of our community. we have since the start recognized that we have vulnerable learners who need in-person learning, and we have been successful since September in meeting the needs of our children and our students. We take into consideration the mental health needs and how we can serve those needs in the virtual environment as well as in the in-person learning environment. We've also taken a look to ensure that our students have access to devices and internet, and we've taken into consideration and made efforts to provide childcare for our community members. We do recognize, however, that childcare is not available at all buildings as it used to be under our school age care program, and this is due to a reduction in enrollment. There are still scholarships available through the Alpha Best program, and I would encourage anyone to visit the website if they'd like more information about that. We do also consider the concerns of our teachers and our staff that fall into a high-risk category, and we are taking steps to address and support those teachers, not only through accommodations, but through offering them vaccines, prioritization for vaccines. So again, we continue to monitor the illness and the quarantine data closely. Next slide, please. So in summary, as Dr. Waltz has previously mentioned, while we are in a high rate of transmission, we are looking at how that impacts us and what is best for our learners. We currently are experiencing that we are in our best mitigation, that we are able to have a low impact due to our effective mitigation, but that can change at any time. So while we have high transmission in the community, we are in a low and best mitigation strategy, placing this with our priority learners and in-person groups as our capacity allows. Next slide, please. So in summary, you'll see that our self-assessment and mitigation strategies, 4 out of our 7 mitigation strategies are effective, and 3 of our mitigation strategies are effective but undergoing further refinement. Our level of school impact, we've had 1 outbreak, and in-person student positive cases account for less than 1.7 of our in-student population, and in-person staff cases are being monitored closely on a school-by-school basis. In our community, the level of community transmission, the CDC core indicators remain high, but are improving. We are optimistically cautious about that, but as a reminder, things can change quickly, and we will need to monitor as we move forward. The CDC secondary indicators tend to be fluctuating and are moving toward improvement. Our community needs, we do have in-person learning available for our younger students and our most vulnerable learners. All students have access to devices and the internet, and we are prioritizing our vaccinations for our Tier 1 employees, those who are over 65, our WASH employees groups, and we are moving our way through our Group 6, which is the majority of the instructional staff that is in person at this time. So our groups to include for our in-person learning and our timeline for phasing in additional groups, we are currently servicing our pre-K through 3. We have our vulnerable learners in the building. Our CTE programs are in buildings at this time and under consideration for expansion. We are currently looking at grades 4 through 12 that are scheduled to return. We do note that this will be difficult to cohort and will provide challenges to contact trace at the secondary level. Next slide, please. So at this time, I'm very pleased to provide further information and recognize the work of our outstanding school nurses who have been facilitating and helping in our partnership with Novant. I cannot thank the partners at Novant, our healthcare partners, for their support. This past weekend, we were able to host a clinic and we were able to serve over 750, almost 800 of our Tier 1 employees to provide vaccines. I have just received excellent news that we'll be updating and providing as soon as possible that our partners in Novant are able to help us schedule 16 additional clinics, and we will be providing a large number of vaccinations for our staff and for our school community. We're very confident in our ability to vaccinate our staff members. It will take time, however. As those of you who have been in the news, reading the news and listening, you've known that our health department has now received their allocations through a new regional allocation system, which means our health department will be guiding and distributing vaccines. Hospitals will no longer have access to the vaccine, which will impact our partnership with Inova, but we are still working to be able to provide our staff members some vaccinations through Inova and have a great partnership with them, as well as an ongoing and continued partnership with our new partners, Novant. I cannot say enough about the staff that helped us and assisted us. Thank you so much to Michelle's and Tori and Amanda and Natalie and our school nurses who worked nonstop and will continue to volunteer in the coming weeks to take care of our staff members. Next slide, please. For those employees who are looking for information, I would encourage you to look at our website. We will be keeping notification and updating the frequently asked questions. We'll outline the groups that Dr. Waltz previously mentioned and spoke of. And on this slide, you can see examples of those that were previously mentioned. Okay, next slide, please. Here are just a few of the clinics that are upcoming that we have lined up. And even while we have been in dialogue and moving forward, I'm continuing to receive notifications from Novant that they're confident in our ability to move forward to provide vaccinations and second doses to our employees. At this time, I'd just like to have Ms. Polk take a few moments to speak a little bit about the contributions our nurses are making to this effort.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Huebner. Yes, the school nurses have been involved actually since August when school opened. Many of our nurses at that time assisted with COVID testing as they were serving as volunteers with the Medical Reserve Corps. And they assisted with the fit testing for an N95 mask for many of the school staff. And as Mrs. Huebner shared, many of them are currently working to administer vaccines through Medical Reserve Corps and now with Novant. I think at our last board meeting, I may have mentioned that we had 20, I think at that time, maybe 24 nurses who were certified to administer vaccines. We now have 45 nurses, so we're very proud of them. And they are just anxious to help because they understand the importance of getting students back in school as soon as possible. So they are working as quickly as we get the schedule out to show them the openings. They're signing up and they are on the job getting it done. So we do appreciate all of that work. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 nurses on special assignment that are assisting with the contact tracing, and we will soon be bringing on some additional nurses to help us with that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Polk. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I would again like to reiterate and reassure that we are moving forward. Our vaccinations and vaccine plan is very solid. It is dependent, however, on the availability of vaccines. I know that this is a difficult time for everyone. We have all worked hard and we are anxious for COVID to be over. We're approaching a year since the start of the pandemic. And I know that it's hard to hang on to that hope and see the future, but it is coming. We all just have to be patient and be reassured that we will all have a turn for any available vaccines. We're confident in the ability of our partners at Novant to help us through this process. And we just ask that you allow the process to work through. We are very optimistic about our ability to receive and deliver over 14,000 vaccines by the 1st of March. Again, I'd like to reiterate that that is dependent on the availability of vaccine. Prince William County Schools has no control over the vaccine. We are dependent on that distribution from the local health district, who has been an amazing partner in support for us. And I would again like to stress how amazingly fabulous, wonderful the people at Novant have been, and we look forward to future partnerships with them. Thank you, Dr. Lateef, as well, for joining our team and assisting with the vaccinations over the weekend, and for the continued partnership with all of our nurses. At this time, that concludes our pandemic update.
Mrs. Huebner, thank you very much. Dr. Waltz, thank you. Jason, can you put the slide back up on the PWCS vaccination schedule? I think it's important to note here, and I can't thank you all enough for the work you've done. When we left here at our last meeting, we spoke strongly about the school division, Dr. Waltz, our board, advocating on behalf of our teachers, advocating strongly on the fact that we have in-person folks working since September 8th, and how we have folks in and other school divisions don't. And I think there was a general consensus that people were upset. They continue to be upset that other school divisions may be getting vaccines sooner than us. When we left here, I met with Chair Wheeler of the Prince William County Board of Supervisors. We had a number of meetings with the leadership at Novant, Centera, and Inova hospitals, all who understood very clearly the situation our teachers are in. We're sympathetic towards it. These 3,400 or 3,200 doses that we got in advance of what we expected came about because of those meetings. I want to thank Chair Wheeler. Publicly, I think it's really important. She handled this very well. She and I worked well together on this. Senator Chap Peterson played an integral part in helping move this along. Senator Scott Servell and Senator Pike also were very helpful, as was the folks in Richmond and Secretary Carey in the Health and Human Services Department. We worked very hard, for hours at a time to make this happen. What I'm most excited about is the partnership, as Mrs. Huebner put out. She has worked extremely hard. Gina Bellamy, Teresa Polk, this team has worked extremely hard, and the public should really know this, on how hard they have worked. This is a full-time job for others. The health district is working full-time on this. What you see on this screen, the clinics they have scheduled, the nurses that have stepped up to volunteer to do this are doing this while they're doing their other work. This is absolutely incredible. What Mrs. Huebner's team is doing as an aside, as something we are doing on top of managing the students we have in, managing our special ed who have been in, managing our 2 and 3 graders who've just recently come in. This is an incredible effort, and I can't congratulate you all. The nurses that I got to work with this weekend were amazing. They came and volunteered at the Novant Clinic with us after volunteering in the morning at the MRC for Dr. Ansher. They left our clinic in the morning and then did a shift for Dr. Ansher. They did this on Sunday. These are our own nurses who've stepped up to join the Medical Reserve Corps, support the community outside of their normal paychecks. What we are going to do this coming weekend at Unity Reed High School with 1,200 vaccinations a day will be the largest vaccination event for teachers in the Commonwealth to this date. And this is set up. Walkthroughs have been done. I can't thank you all enough. The folks in the leadership at Novant UVA have really stepped up, and they are working closely with Dr. Ansher and the health department now to make available more doses for all of us, for all of our school divisions. And over the next month, as you can see on this list, and I'm being told, that this could even become more robust possibly as vaccine doses become more available. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank our nurses enough. It is constant effort to advocate on behalf of our school division. It doesn't happen by magic. This is hard work, and there are a lot of folks doing this work behind the scenes. And I think it's really important for our school division to recognize, and I'm glad you've pointed it out, both Dr. Waltz, you and Ms. Huebner, that Inova had stepped up to give us 100 doses for Tier 1 in person right away. A couple weekends ago, Novant UVA has stepped up, and Centera. These 3 systems are working closely with our school division. They are systems that have actually supported our Spark board and have been involved with our schools and continue to be a vital part of our community. It's also exciting to note the Governor's Office, Secretary Atif Carney, both of them will be joining us at the clinic, I think, this coming Saturday, and I think the press advisory may go out on that as well. I'll go to some questions. Next, Ms. Zargapur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Thank you so much for this presentation. I love all the graphics. I think they're very helpful because then people can kind of just look at it and take in the information as well as read it. I wanted to ask sort of first of all, I guess first question is, Ms. Huebner, you talked about how it's a kind of a change, talked about identifying community trends in trying to make decisions about what our community health looks like. I have a friend who is a nurse who's done a little bit of contact tracing, or not a little bit, a lot actually. One day we were talking and she had mentioned something along the lines of, yeah, right now we're seeing trends with this group, this age group, and it tends to be in these kind of instances. Are we going to be getting information from the health department that's going to be a little more indicative, or is that going to kind of stay in the health department and they'll have that conversation with you, or is that something the general public will get to know about?
So Ms. Dagapur, we can certainly ask questions and convey that information. There is a lot of information that is available on our dashboards. We recognize that in our community that our underserved population and populations that live in multifamily dwellings are more severely impacted by COVID, those who are out in the workforce. We do look when the positivity rate is higher, or on the dashboard when the local metrics take a look at outbreaks where those occur. But it is something that is available through the dashboard and that we do speak with the health district.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who has a question? Ms. Williams. I'm so sorry, Ms. Wall. I looked one direction.
Here.
Thank you for updating us on the new guidance from VDOE and for this great presentation and very informative discussion. I have a number of questions, but one is going back to the mental health topic. I think it might have been Dr. Walt's presentation, but I was wondering, the data was listed for the mental health data regarding adults, how many are suffering from depression, et cetera. I don't have the slide in front of me, but my question is, do we have similar data and statistics for children? Perhaps our community health partners maybe have shared that data with us, or we could get that data to know, can we get a better idea of how mental health professionals are experiencing the rise in cases among our youth?
So that was information on a national basis as a result of the training that I went to. We have to be careful about the release of information by school or locality, but we can go back to that association and see if they have the national data on the students as well.
Okay, sounds great. I had an additional question on that mental health topic. I know, I don't know if we do this, but have we considered, I know we have said to students, if you're having a problem, please reach out. But I think given the extent of the impact of the pandemic on mental health, have we considered offering a screening questionnaire to all students? Or have we done that? Or have we done that recently? Where we just anonymously, or not anonymously, but privately ask them to fill out a screening questionnaire, how many days this week have you felt sad, or do you feel hopeless, et cetera, et cetera?
We did a survey to our students and our staff. I'll ask Ms. Hebner or Ms. Casada. I don't know how far down we went in terms of grade levels.
Go ahead, Denise.
Go ahead. No, you go first, Jen.
So the survey we did about virtual learning, Dr. Waltz, that went to students went down to third grade, 3rd through 12th grade.
Okay. I see, it looks like Mrs. Bellamy wants to speak, but you're muted. But we also did a mental health survey. I don't know if Ms. Schlater wants to respond to that.
Yes, Dr. Waltz, I can respond to that. So we did do a mental health survey that was sent to parents for them to identify any mental health needs that their children may have. Now, I will say, as far as Ms. Wall, what you're talking about is what we call in the mental health world universal mental health screening. And that is something that when we do lessons at certain grade levels, when we talk about topics such as depression and suicidal ideation and suicide, which are incredibly sensitive topics that in this virtual environment we really try to prepare students to discuss, there is a screening mechanism that is part of those lessons. So when we're bringing up those sensitive topics, we have a means in that a student can answer some of the questions like what you were sharing about their feelings of sadness, whether or not they're normal feelings of sadness, the span of time that they have felt that way. So in short, we're doing that with an accompanying lesson where we're educating students about depression and how to identify when something is more than just being sad.
So to follow up, have we done that recently? And if we're doing it in a Zoom environment with the number of kids that turn their cameras off, And would they feel comfortable sharing? Hey, I actually cry every night, have been for months.
Right,
Would they feel
right.
comfortable doing that in a group lesson? Or would there be some merit to maybe doing something a little differently and doing some kind of universal? I mean, the reason I raised the question is I have heard anecdotally from parents saying, I just found out that my student has been crying every night for the last 3 months, and I had no idea. So the question then becomes, are we aware of the extent of a problem that has been going on, because maybe even their own parents who live with these children and who are at home with them for many hours a day may not actually be aware of it. And I'm concerned, and so that's where my question is, have we may need to consider doing something like this, but beyond what we normally do to, have group discussions and talk about depression and suicide and things like that, which is all good. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that or anything. I'm just saying like we may need to be a little more proactive, perhaps, where we screen, because I just don't know if if kids are going to actually reach out to us if they're not even reaching out to their parents.
So we have all kinds of methodologies that we put into play to reach out, especially if we haven't heard from a student and that sort of thing. But we'll put together something for you in the next round of questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. So I had a couple of, really, I had a question in regards to slide 7 and slide 10. So if I'm just a general member of the public and I'm watching this and it maybe haven't been following quite so closely as a board member or one of you being staff members would, could you explain the difference, like on slide 7, CDC mitigation strategies, the second one down is social distancing to the largest extent possible. And then when you go down to slide 10, it's physical distancing. And just if there's a difference between the two, just because they're labeled a little bit differently, and I'm not sure, like if I was just looking at that, I'd say, well, is there a difference between the social distancing and the physical? What does that mean? And how are we, how are we measuring that? How do they relate to each other on the two different slides in terms of mitigation strategy and transmission risk? Is it the same thing? If you understand, let me know if I'm not being clear.
Sure, you're being clear, and I'm happy to address that. So when COVID first came out, the nomenclature, the most familiar way of discussing how far you should be apart from others was labeled social distancing. And so when we started to, activate our return to in-person learning, and by the way, I just want to say that occasionally you hear people talk about return to learning. We've been learning since March 13th. So what is the important thing is when we talk about in-person learning, we have all kinds of signage, for example. And much of that signage was based upon the original wording that was being used called social distancing. There were concerns in the healthcare community, the mental health care community, that saying social distancing was sort of defeating what we were encouraging, which was still talk to your friends and still do FaceTime with your friends and still, do things that are safe with your friends 6 foot apart or more. And so the wording then was changed to physical distancing, but they can basically be used interchangeably, and that's what we're doing. So we're saying when we're talking more recently physical distancing, the signage that the students see at school, most of that says social distancing. But again, we're in a little different position with the in-person learners because they're interacting with people socially because they're back in the building.
Thank you. I just wanted to, in case anybody got a little confused by the two. And then slide 8. So I noticed Is there any meaning behind where the check marks are placed on this sort of sliding looking scale? Or is it just, I mean, I don't know. Everything else seems to have a purpose behind its location. So I was just curious.
Well, Ms. Williams, I can answer to that. I guess we need a little grid up at the top. So the ones that are further to the right are a check plus. Those are the ones that we're extremely confident in based on our assessment. The ones to the left are the ones that we're confident in, but we're still working to refine.
Okay, thank you. And my last question in relation to these are, I know that social distancing or physical distancing, you know, one of the things that we needed an improvement was signage. And so in relation to that, how exactly do we measure hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette? And how exactly do we measure cleaning and disinfecting when it comes to these mitigation strategies? When we go in and do an assessment, you know, within a school, is it somebody's like asking a teacher, you know, are all of your students as well as yourself and everyone else in the building washing their hands? And I know this sounds silly, but it's important, right? Hand washing is one of the main mitigation strategies, but is it a self-assessment, like we're getting people to vouch that they're washing their hands, or how does that work exactly to the layperson who is not involved? What does that really mean?
Sure. So I'll have Mr. Wallingford, and then he may want to call on Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Mrs. Williams, it's a good question. We talked briefly about this at the last meeting where we introduced these numbers. There is a survey that contains, I forget the number, I think it's about 57 items across those mitigation strategies. Some of them are observations, some of them are questions. Some of the items are, for example, is there PPE? Are there gloves in inventory? So there's a variety of items that we're taking a look at. And again, some of them are direct observation, which frankly is more difficult because if you're not there when something's not being done correctly, you can't see it, right? And other things are easier, like, is the inventory available? You can go and ask and somebody can demonstrate by showing it. But that's how that's working right now. And we're working on improving that every day, adding questions and looking at different criteria.
Thank you. I just think that's helpful because we were here to an ungodly hour last time, so I'm not sure if everybody remembered from our last meeting to this meeting what that meant when we were talking about those different categories and how we come up to those calculations. And my last question is on the vaccination schedule. I agree with the chairman. So much praise for everyone who is involved in everything from putting the schedule together to our on-site personnel who are actually vaccinating our staff. Are these the only locations that we have vaccinations scheduled? Do we plan to utilize any other facilities? Because I know at one time the school division, or not at one time, the school division had offered our services to the county. Is this just for Prince William County employees, this vaccination schedule, just so that there's some clarity behind this in case like our school division sites are being used for the county? You know, it's very easy to get things mixed up. So I just want a little bit of clarity on that.
Ms. Hebner, will you please answer that one?
Sure. So the list that we put up can't speak. I'm so excited about the vaccines, I can't even talk. So those locations and those times are so specifically oriented and geared only for Prince William County teachers. You cannot bring family members. They're not accommodating the outside the general public. I will tell you that over the past week, I think Dr. Lateef has knocked on every door in Virginia and every door in the county, and Dr. Ansher, and really has told them that if you bring the vaccines, the team in Prince William County Schools will make it happen, and we are. So we will be adding additional sites as needed, but additional dates as needed. And I know that Mr. Wallingford is actually working with the county through risk management to support some additional implementation for community vaccination. But these clinics that we have listed are a direct result of the flow of the vaccine. And I will be adding lots of dates to that after this board meeting, because as always, things change and they update quickly. And it is based on the availability of the vaccine, but we do plan on having clinics at the same location, Unity Reed, because we are set up. It's a massive operation. When you look at the number of people that will be flowing through this is a team of people who are working to facilitate this. Risk management is involved, IT is involved. It takes a lot of technology in order to complete the registrations. Our communications department, all of it, all of our team, our associates are supporting in schools and helping our principals keep their staff informed. So this has really been a joint effort, and we're very, very grateful at all the work and the advocacy that brought this about. So.
Thank you, because it's so easy to get confused when you hear a vaccine clinic, and I just want to make sure that our staff is aware that this is for them, our teachers, that this is for them specifically, and there's a difference between showing up at one of our clinics versus going to some other location, because I think that's important. You're right, Ms. Huebner. There's a massive amount of work that has gone into getting these clinics set up. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everyone who had anything at all to do with this, because I recognize how much hard work and time and labor that it takes for us to do this, in addition to all the other many hats that all of our staff wear. So thank you.
Dr. Lateef?
Ms. Jessie.
Hi, I have several questions. First, I want to congratulate everyone for all the work that you've done, including the nurses. When I looked at some of the communication that was coming out, I didn't see a lot of nurses in the picture, so thank you, Mrs. Hebner, for recognizing the work of the nurses. The new CARES Act under the new president, I asked Mr. Iman this afternoon, will there be money for hazard pay? I'm thinking about the teachers, because we are one of the few people that really have a great deal of instruction going on. And when I look at the schedule, it seems like the nurses are working on weekends. So it's a twofold question, hazard pay, and have we thought about some way to maybe allow nurses to work during the week, during the school day, and not require them to work on weekend? Is there consideration of that?
I will defer to Ms. Huebner and then to Ms. Polk, please.
Sure. So, Ms. Jessie, I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about the fact that we have 5 nurses who are supporting the efforts of our health district and just serving the general community. So Ms. Polk and Ms. Bellamy worked very hard to look at our schools and see how we could provide 5 nurses that are available to assist with that. The scheduling, we recognize that it is a lot to ask. It's a big ask to ask our staff to work on the weekend. But as Dr. Lateef mentioned, believe it or not, the people that are helping us with conducting these clinics, this is an extra job for them as well. So we are really dependent on the availability of the healthcare providers, their team, our team. We want to provide flexibility for our educators as well, but we are somewhat limited based on availability of the staff. So we will try to make that happen if at all possible.
Mr. Iman, you said earlier, I think I asked, and I think Mrs. Zagaport talked about hazard pay. Are we looking down the road? Because I just feel that people in Prince William have been working really hard, and all of you have been working hard. I know those slides don't just happen. I know a lot of work went into those slides. Your presentation are exceptional. But do you think the Biden administration will provide us with additional funds for hazard pay?
Mr. Iman, I think she was directing a question at you. If you rather, I can handle it.
Well, what I was going to, thank you, Dr. Waltz. And Mrs. Jessie, as I expressed to you, we did send some information out to the board from Mr. Wallingford regarding the availability of funds and any of those concerns. I was going to call on Mr. Wallingford, Dr. Waltz, unless you would rather do it differently.
No, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Wallingford, if you could follow, please.
Thank you, Mr. Iman. President Trump signed the
President Biden or Trump?
President Trump
Okay.
signed, I'm sorry, let me finish and then you'll understand, right?
Sorry.
President Trump on December 27th signed, and I'll just call it CARES Act 2. There's a long name for it, but the second CARES Act that will provide Prince William County Schools roughly $39 million. The applications from the state of Virginia to the federal government were deadlined today. In fact, 1 month after the president signed the act. So we're still trying to gather information. What I can say is the numbers we've seen, $39 million, you heard that, and that money, unlike some of the other CARES Act, CRF funding we've received, can be used for, and I'll use the term hazard pay kind of loosely, but it can be used in that fashion. There was an email that I sent to Mrs. Orgapur that addressed some issues with regard to that idea. And I believe that's been sent out to the rest of the board at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I received that this afternoon. I just wanted to have a public statement because that's the question. The other question I have on tier one, am I understanding that tier one employees and 65 and older are receiving the vaccine? What about the persons who are in-person learning that are not 65 or older and they're not tier one? Because when I looked at the report from Dr. Answer's report, it seems like there was a high transmission or a high rate of COVID in 30 to 45-year-olds. So are we looking at teachers in those categories? I'm not sure who can answer that for me.
So I'll defer to Ms. Hebner, and you can call on any staff member if you'd rather.
Okay, and also when Ms. Hebner, when you answer that, could you answer whether or not classified, I'm sure classified staff, bus drivers and everyone was included?
So, Ms. Jessie, yes, we will be vaccinating every employee in Prince William County Schools. We are prioritizing our in-person staff first. We recognize that those who have been in the building servicing us. I may have to toss the ball over to Ms. Eagle because I will tell you the invitations for vaccines are going out faster than I can keep up with them. It's really been a joint effort between all of our departments, every single department. But Ms. Eagle, could you maybe run down? We are at number 6, I believe, on our list that Dr. Waltz projected around the very last slide of our presentation, which is our instruction, our administrators, our admin support, our support staff. We're working through that in batches. We release them in batches so that they don't crash the system and that they have opportunities to make appointments as since they've been in according to that. But Ms.
Yes, so you're absolutely right, Ms. Jessie. They're the next group, but Dr. Eagle, if you would like to elaborate a little bit more. Dr. Eagle.
Yes, thank you. As of yesterday, we had sent out invitations to all in-person teachers at the elementary level, as well as school administrators throughout the division, school-based administrators. And then today, we actually sent out invites to the remaining teaching assistants, that weren't prioritized for other reasons. In other words, being in a VOSH category or being a tier 1 employee, transportation, all remaining support staff in person with the exception of central office. So school-based support staff, food service custodians, facilities, and our T-specs.
Thank you.
If I might call back on Mr. Iman, he has an update for you, Ms. Jessie, on the nurse, on the salary issue. Mr. Iman.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Yes, Mrs. Jessie, to follow up on Mrs. Hebner's response on the support our nurses are giving, they eagerly and we greatly appreciate the fact that when we needed them to volunteer to help giving vaccines, they did. But please know that we have taken actions to pay them for the extra work they're doing.
So they are being compensated.
They are being compensated. Yes, Mrs. Jessie.
Okay. The other question I have is on this level of impact, and there's several slides. I think PP3 is PowerPoint 3 was one, and I think maybe PowerPoint 11. That level of impact, you don't have to pull up the slide, but tell me, because that seems to be an area, what does that really mean? What does that look like when we talk about level of impact? That's an area that we need to work because it comes back to staffing. I heard you say substitutes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Dr. Eagle, would you like to take that one, please? regarding levels of staffing.
The concern is primarily around our substitute workforce. Metrics definitely initially indicated that we did have an adequate number of subs. I think you all are aware we have over nearly 1,300 subs that completed the return to work documentation that was required in training, and also indicated based on our survey that they would report in person. And when you look at the fill rates are actually better, slightly better this year than prior years, but you have to dig a little deeper because it's about the number of actual positions that are open. Because we do have a slightly smaller sub workforce because there were, a few hundred of our subs that decided not to complete the return to work training and indicated that they would not report in person. So it is a slightly smaller pool that we're dealing with, but we have far fewer vacancies that we're trying to fill. And so we were doing really well until we brought second and third grade back. So to give you an example, if we have 110 vacancies with a 90% fill rate, that leaves 99 jobs filled, 11 vacant. And if a school has a vacancy in the past, it wasn't as challenging, although it's always challenging when you don't have a sub in place, but there typically are a few more personnel and resources at the school that can help out as they're juggling challenges associated when you can't find a sub. But now there's far less people actually in buildings, and so it is more challenging. But, a year ago, we would have had 700 vacancies. And so with a 90% fill rate, and that means that we had 630 subs that were actually working, in particular that day, as compared to only 99 subs working now with a 90% fill rate. And so, with a workforce that is slightly smaller, but, what's happening now is when we're sending out calls, literally, several hundred calls will go out to fill one vacancy. So, the number of subs that indicated they would come on site is really not consistent with the number of subs that are accepting assignments. We do need to vaccinate our substitute workforce. We have plans to do that and release those names in the very near future, even possibly tomorrow, along the criteria of those subs that are actually working for us. I do have some concerns about it being very challenging with our substitute workforce during the period of time in which we are going to be having some alternative classroom monitors in place, because those classroom monitors for our tier 1 teachers are going to come from our temporary and our sub workforce, to where they're going to be available provided secondary comes back in accordance with the schedule. That's going to be a rough couple of weeks, because we're going to be pulling quite a few subs in to cover those tier 1 vacancies, so that our tier 1 teachers have the opportunity to develop the immunity from the initial shot, the initial shot of the inoculation series through immunity. A lot of them took the Moderna vaccine, and that's a total of 6 weeks. So that means that they're not going to be immune until around March 8th. So that is our concern. Certainly, I think that's going to be a pinch point, making sure our subs get vaccinated. So I do have some worries about our sub workforce for sure.
So Dr. Eagle, if you could just elaborate with the example you gave today at the staff meeting. I know we've received some criticism that we have various presentations over the last month and everything sounds like it's wonderful. Well, what I've encouraged the staff to do is to be brutally honest if there are issues that are evolving. And so, for example, we informed you at multiple previous meetings that, our sub need as many subs, and all of those things that Dr. Eagle just went through are accurate. But share the example that you shared with the staff today, please.
Dr. Waltz, I'm not sure I recall. Are you talking about the call that went out for 600 and then 900? Yes? Okay. Yeah, we had 2 vacancies this past week. One resulted in 900 calls, and we had a sub that initially took the job. They took the job. about the 900th call, and then actually canceled, ended up canceling, before they came in the next day. And then we had another sub vacancy that 600 calls went out this week, and it still went unfilled. So, and these are not just special, this was actually, one was special ed, but one was a regular ed position. So that's pretty daunting statistic, I think, our experience. So we are starting to get very worried about our ability to cover our vacancies.
No, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that because the presentations always seem to be, we only have 364 people were ill during that month, but we only had, and so I appreciate the honesty and the upfrontness. I want to ask a couple more questions. I'm going to give it up to other persons. The vaccines. Now, we're saying that the Commonwealth does not require that the teachers have vaccines, the 2 shots before we decide whether or not they should come back to work, or we should look at, what is our position, Dr. Waltz, on teachers returning and return to learn, and whether or not we think teachers should have both vaccines before coming back? Do you have a position on that?
Well, you're absolutely right, Ms. Jessie. In the interim guidance, it clearly states that the governor in that interim guidance is stating that you do not have to be vaccinated. However, with the additional students coming in, and as you know, our recent numbers have increased with bringing the 2nd and 3rd graders in. So, I continue to have a level of concern. And the biggest concern that I have, which was illuminated in the presentation earlier by Ms. Hebner and Ms. Polk, Ms. Schlater, is the fact that we don't have the ability to isolate those secondary students. And so it's much more concerning, the contact tracing when those students are in large rooms and lunch together. For example, if you go over to Hilton High School, they show where all the tables have been removed and the individual desks socially distanced or physically distanced because the kids are going to have their masks off, but there's going to be a lot of passing in the hall and exchanging classes. So that's one of the reasons why I presented the plan that I did last time, to just try to ensure that that was done. But again, we are moving forward with the board adopted plan.
Dr. Wilson, PowerPoint 20, I think it says 4 through 12, not now. Is that what you're discussing? Because I've written down some PowerPoint 20. It says 4 to 12, not now. I think it's PowerPoint 20. So that's where you see the concern with the new guidelines from the state of Virginia, and that we can safely bring back, but 4 through 12, he said there's going to be, the green slide.
So, yes.
Difficult to cohort and contact trace at secondary level.
That is correct.
Okay,
So again, consistent with the governor's interim guidance and also the CDC guidance, we are actually doing a great job of being aligned with that, with who we currently have in, but it's the unknowns if we go beyond that, and some of those we're trying to share with you. And then I think you might be referring to page 10 when we have the contact tracing with the red question mark, and then it might have been on another slide as well.
Another slide, yeah, that was very.
What we believe is important to do is to report to you where we are today, but also just to show the concerns that are starting to percolate up, so that if we have to make a change in the return to in-person, that you're not surprised. That's the biggest concern that we have, and we talked at great length as a staff today some of these concerns we see on the horizon, we see them developing, and we want you to know about them. But the data that we're presenting to you today is based on who's currently in, which is, as you know, K through 3, our career and tech ed programs, and then K to 12, the vulnerable students.
Well, you said in your statement, I will not take, that I will take major action if necessary in your opening statement.
Yes.
Narrative. I think that's important for parents and the board to know that you may have to take the action and that there may be, I think you said, little notice, limited notice.
Right.
I think it's important for the community and parents to know that sometimes you're going to have to make some quick decisions and you're not going to be able to go to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. We'll go to Mr. Wilk and a number of other members who've been very patiently waiting here. Mr. Wilk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Thank you, Dr. Lateef. First, want to thank everyone for the Herculean efforts that have gone into this. Everyone has said, Ms. Huebner, Ms. Polk, Ms. Schlater, Dr. Waltz. Just a couple questions about concerns I have, given the board's current timeline with some things that were said tonight. Is there something, I think we referenced it, you know, I know the old chart before the governor's guidance, Ms. Huebner had a nice chart and it showed currently at this community rate we're at, it definitely should be pre-K through 3 as the recommendation. Was that the blue box that the new governor's guidance of the priority learners of pre-K to 3? I don't see something simple showing the VDH and VDOE recommendations given the infection rate and all the other indicators.
Ms. Huebner, would you like to respond?
So the blue box, I don't have the slide number in front of me. There is, the summary is basically where it, oh, look on the guidance. Hold up 1 second. The recommendation is different. Yes, previously we used to have the 3 colored boxes that were from Virginia Department of Health with the risk threshold. Is that the box that you're referring to, Mr. Wilk?
Yeah, because it was pretty straightforward. I could use that as an easy reference point for my current position with pre-K to 3, and I don't see that anymore.
So no, that is no longer part of the guidance. And what the guidance has done, it has removed that and basically has you take a look at the level of school impact. And we have a slide where there's a chart that does have a graphic on it about the school impact, maybe slide 18.
The blue box, I think it's like.
Yeah, because all I'm saying is I just want the graphic to go with Dr. Waltz's statement that at the current rate, we would be going against the guidance. So I just want.
Yes, slide 20.
So while you're pulling that up, let me just say that in the wording of the new guidance, it still talks about early learners depending upon all the different metrics, but that being where to start with.
Okay.
So possibly, I'm sorry, possibly slide 19.
19.
So priority learners are defined as early learners and special needs.
Mr. Wilk, this would be the equivalent of what you were looking at before where previously it referenced phase 2 guidance. And so as you heard at the beginning of the presentation, that the phase 2 guidance is given as for instructional recommendations. It still exists on the VDOE, but the guidance from the governor, this replaces the guidance, but it does still highlight that priority learners in person and groups as capacity allows, and priority learners are down below the students for in-person learning that are most critical, and those are our younger learners.
Okay. And I know our infection rate, positivity rate is dropping slightly. I think you showed that, the major drops and stuff like that. Is it possible then, hypothetically, within 2 weeks, that there would be a drop in the county that would lead to being able to technically go off the priority learners to bringing in more groups of students? I guess I would want to know what is the next phase, according to the governor's recommendation of priority early learners. Does it go just from there to literally then bring basically all the kids in that you want? I guess, is there a kind of a middle stage in between the two?
Ms. Heavner, before you respond to that, let me just say that I encourage people to go on the website. The document for the interim guidance is only about, I want to say, 6 pages, 7 pages, maybe 7 pages, 8 pages. Because it's a little bit more complex than to just give a simple answer. But the other thing is we have to look at all these changes on a day-by-day basis, which we do. So for example, these variants of the virus, and now that it was reported about 48 hours ago that it's in one of the 5 Northern Virginia counties, and it could be Prince William. I didn't get an update on it today, but to the best of my knowledge, they haven't revealed where these variants have popped up in Northern Virginia, but we're going to have to be monitoring that very carefully as well because of the increased spread.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. I was just trying to get a more simplistic. I've looked at the 7 to 8 pages that the governor released. I wish the governor was more forthright, like the governor, Mike DeWine of Ohio, who said if he's going to give out vaccinations and they can do both rounds for the teachers, the school district then has to go in person on March 1st. But I feel like our recommendations are a little bit more gray. Looking at Tier 1 employees, this has been an issue of concern. I know this has been brought up a couple of times. Do we know, and maybe Dr. Eagle, we can talk offline right at this, but my question would be is how many currently pre-K to 3 severely at-risk Tier 1 employees do we currently have in person in our buildings? Do we have a number like that? I guess it would be even more kind of convoluted to say which ones do not want to be in and they were told they have to go. I guess that totally adds a whole different dimension to it.
Yes, it does. So, Mr. Welk, again, you may say you're Tier 1. There are certain criteria from the CDC, but I'll defer to Dr. Eagle. And again, we won't have specific numbers for you tonight, I don't believe, but we can get you an approximation of where we are as of now.
That's fine.
In writing at our next round of questions. Dr. Eagle.
Yes, Mr. Welk, we do not have those broken out by the 2 categories within the CDC. We just have them in one category, but we have approximately 100 Tier 1 teachers in person in K-3.
Okay.
Including our special
It
educators.
would be almost like a case-to-case to hear their story and say, did I agree to this, or or did I want virtual, I guess, at some point, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, a number of them probably were okay with the accommodations and obviously, agreed in some sense to go back in versus ones who really were trying to get the virtual but didn't have that option.
Each employee, engaged if we didn't have a virtual option for them. If that was their preferred accommodation and we didn't have a virtual option for them, then we did engage in the interactive conversation to discuss other reasonable accommodations that would make the workplace as safe as possible for them to return in person based on meeting student needs and the operational needs of the division.
Okay, thank you. And at this rate, I guess I'm looking at the timeline and the great efforts that have been done with the shots and the number of them and this big event that's happening this weekend at Unity Reed. I guess at this point, given the rate we're at, do we believe the Tier 1 teachers in the upcoming phases, let's just say 4th and 5th grade, that they'll have both shots before the current plan to start phasing in 4th and 5th graders at this rate?
And the Moderna series, I think you've probably heard this, but just kind of to review, the Moderna series from initial shot to immunity, if you get the first shot, then 4 weeks later, the second shot, then 2 weeks later, it's 94% immunity. The Pfizer shot is shot 1, 3 weeks later, shot 2, and another week for immunity. So from initial shot to immunity for Moderna, if everything goes to plan, is 6 weeks, and for Pfizer, it's 4 weeks. So the majority of Tier 1 employees, although not all of them, because there's another 100, I know for sure, in the vaccine clinic this weekend that have registered, approximately 100. But otherwise, the majority of Tier 1 teachers actually signed up and took the vaccine by January 24th.
Okay.
So January 24th, and that was the Moderna vaccine. So January 24th to immunity is around March 6th, I believe.
Okay.
But again, I think it's really important, the fact that she stated that 100 more are in the queue for this weekend, which is Saturday and Sunday, the 30th and 31st of January.
Thank you. Question, I guess in the order of which we're looking at the shots for then after we get past Tier 1 and then the general employees, given the phased-in plan of what we're looking at, being that 4th and 5th graders would be next on the horizon, are we prioritizing 4th and 5th grade teachers to get the next set of shots, or is it just going to be come one, come all at that point?
Our plan would be to prioritize based on the return to in-person learning.
Okay, so, okay.
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Ms. Jackson is next.
Hi, thank you very much for your time and answering all the questions. Some of my questions have already been answered. The graphics are really helpful, but I do have a question about slide 7 and slide 8, kind of back off what Ms. Williams was saying. I got lost as an instructor in the assessment, so I think Ms. Huebner kind of explained it. It might have helped to have like something on the top, but if you don't mind, could you please explain the difference between slide 7 and slide 8 and perhaps their relationship?
So on slide 7, I believe that's the Mr. Wallingford on the PPE, and then we're going to be adding that final category moving forward. So this is the one that we have been showing you, those 4 areas, and then moving forward, we will be doing the contact tracing and evaluating our score on that. And then the other one was, could you put the other slide up, please? So I'll let Ms. Huebner answer this, and we'll also make sure that it's easier to understand what the placement is and what the pluses mean. We'll make sure that's cleared up by because we have another meeting next week and we'll have an update next week.
Sure. So the self-assessment and mitigation strategies is really part of the process, the self-assessment, where schools are to look and evaluate from a division level. Are we ready? Can we do this? The previous slide was really the specific results of the investigations or the support that the support teams are offering in schools and evaluating if things are being effectively on a case-by-case basis. This slide is representative overall of our division in the areas. We do feel that division-wide, based on the information that's been provided to us and our observations, that we are having success with consistent and correct use of masks, that our space in our classrooms and division-wide, for the most part, we have been able to keep 6 feet, and as we've stated before, in some cases, less than 6 feet. And so this is just really a whole representative process of looking at through the decision-making as opposed to the data that was presented on the previous slide.
Okay, thank you. So going back to slide number 7, I just want to say thank you to those who take the time to type up the responses to the questions that board members submit every 2 weeks. And it really does help streamline conversation during the board meetings. So based on the questions I submitted, that there were, as of January 25th, there were 26 emails that had been received to the health and safety email address that have been addressed. The 26 emails, they covered a variety of mitigation concerns. Are those 26 emails reflected in slide 7 or slide 8, or is it just not, doesn't show enough trend?
I would have to ask Mr. Wallingford, that's your area on that slide.
So, Mrs. Jackson, the slide number 7 represents what happens in buildings. It's the self-assessment process where Mr. Crow's team, members of his team go out into schools and observe across a variety of categories what's taking place. That slide number 7, does not incorporate into it any calls that may be made to the tip line. It only represents what Mr. Crow's teams have observed in buildings.
Okay. Also, I thank you for going back and looking at unannounced visits. I appreciate that. And then the last question I have is on slide 10. It says 6 feet, and I just want to clarify the 6 feet that's on the graphic is actually saying that we're staying 6 feet away, or is it just like a graphic organizer that is referencing the, instead of social distancing, I guess we're using physical distancing as a terminology now?
So you can use either term is fine, but the gold standard for regular in-person learning with mask is still 6 feet to the degree possible. So for example, on our buses, we require everybody to wear a face covering, not necessarily a technical mask, but a face covering. And in a lot of situations, we're not able to keep that 6 foot. So that's the gold standard that we're looking at wherever we possibly can. That is one of our mitigation strategies that's supported by the CDC and the VHS. So that's why that's on there. Now, there are exceptions to that. For example, playing musical instruments or singing, the distance is 10 feet or more. And so there's a lot of underlying detail depending upon what you're speaking about. So for example, as I didn't actually give the number today, but I've now done 20 in-person school visits. And in the school I was in the last week, they converted the story room to the choral room for the elementary because the teacher was so intent upon allowing the children to sing, but she had to be able to provide a 10-foot distance. And luckily, all her classes are small enough that she can make that happen by moving the choral room to the story room.
Right, that's helpful. Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand. So it says I don't have it in front of me right now, but it has like high school and secondary, and it has 6 feet and has checked underneath. So does that mean that we are going to meet the 6 feet or did that change?
Please get that slide that you're referring to up.
So you see how it says checked underneath the 6 feet physical distance and checked under secondary. Does that mean that we're maintaining 6 feet, or is that just a graphic organizer?
Yeah, okay, so I understand now. So let me explain it this way. Again, what we're trying to explain to you and present to you and the community tonight is what currently exists. So we have older kids in our ages or our grades 4th through 12th in our vulnerable categories of special ed and EL learners. So in those categories, as of today, we are able to maintain that 6 foot distancing as far as when they are in the school building. So that is going to change when we start bringing all these students back. It's possible that may change. So this is as of today with the students who are in today.
So just to clarify, then the question mark for contact tracing for secondary, that's for today too?
The reason that is a question mark is because we have not been reporting on contact tracing as a part of these 5 categories. We have talked, we have answered questions on, well, how do you do it if somebody gets it? But as far as adding it to the division-wide assessment, that's moving forward. So we're not sure where that stands as of now, but moving forward, we will have a clear answer.
Okay, I appreciate the time you took to explain that to me. I think I'm going to process it, but thank you.
Jen Wall.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. I'll start just with that same slide. So the question mark for secondary, as I was wondering about that as well, that means that we aren't currently evaluating or we aren't currently carrying out contact tracing at the secondary level, but that we are assessing the procedures so that we can do it more carefully with, or more in conjunction with the health department contact tracing?
Okay, so
what you're
let
saying?
me clarify again. Yes, we are currently doing contact tracing when the need arises, but we have not been reporting an overall assessment as we have with the other 4 mitigation strategies. As this is one of the 5 in the interim guidance, we are going to begin to report it division-wide. But yes, again, we are doing contact tracing wherever that is necessary. I'm going to call on Mrs. Polk to give us maybe a real live example of what triggers the current contact tracing that we're doing versus moving forward our overall division assessment of how that will work.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Waltz. Well, let's, as an example, let's just look at a school. First of all, let me just say, we don't have that many students that fall into that category at the secondary level right now. So, the concern is as we move forward, we are concerned about our ability to do the contact tracing because those students would not necessarily be together. They would not be cohorted like the kids are currently because they're going to be changing classes. So as an example, any student that is present during the school day, if that student starts to exhibit any kind of symptoms and the school nurse is contacted, they either go to the classroom, bring the student to the clinic, and they may have to place that student in the isolation room. They do an assessment, contact the parent, and the parent will come and pick the student up. Of course, we always recommend that the child be tested, but it's not a requirement that they take their child to the doctor to be tested. But the moment that a student or a staff member exhibits some symptoms that may be consistent with COVID, then we have to then start looking to see, first of all, we look at the mitigation strategies, and one in person is the distance, okay? Again, the gold standard, as Dr. Waltz has mentioned, is maintaining the 6-foot physical distancing. So in the classroom setting, we would want to assess, were the children 6 feet apart? If we find that maybe they have not been 6 feet apart, then we would need to know, okay, who was in close proximity of that child, okay? That is other students as well as staff. We also look at, does this child ride the bus to school? And if so, we have to then find out what other students were on that bus and how they were seated. And I understand they're keeping track of the seating, they have seating charts for the buses and all that. So we have to look at all of those things to try to determine who are the close contacts. So that is the beginning of what we look at when we talk about contact tracing, okay? Is looking at the distancing and, because we can help, that will help us determine who those close contacts are and whether or not other students or possibly other staff members may need to be quarantined. Certainly there are times when we find out that a student or a staff member may have tested positive, and it is critical that you determine who the close contacts are. And that's when the health district, of course, gets more involved in contacting them and talking with them about what they need to do and, giving them information and guidance on how to, stay, within the confines of their home and the things that they need to do to try to keep themselves safe as well as other family members. And certainly, we don't want the kids to come back if they have been found to be positive. And even if they don't go to get tested, but they have the symptoms, we are following the Virginia Department of Health guidelines in terms of the recommendation to parents about how long the child would need to stay at home. So that is kind of the beginning of what we do with contact tracing.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful for me to hear that, and I think it would be helpful for parents and teachers also to hear it as well. I have another question kind of along this line. Collaboration with the health district on additional testing. I know early on board members asked about this. Can we test more? Can we partner with the health district to increase the amount of testing that we do for our school division employees or community members? I know early on getting a test was really difficult, but we're this far into the pandemic. Are we still having? Do you know if we're still having a hard time? Getting access to testing, and has there been further discussion at this point in the pandemic, since everything changes, to possibly partner with the health district to do more systematic or more screening of our employees for COVID-19?
Ms. Polk, do you want to address that? And certainly Ms. Hebner, if you have anything to add.
I would say I'm not real sure whether or not the ability of the health district to do more testing for our employees, I'm not really sure I can answer that for you, but certainly that's something we can talk to the medical director about. Certainly they continue to do testing in the community, and that's, how they determine what is actually happening in our community. There are many places and other locations that staff as well as other members of our community can get testing done. But I'm not sure about, excuse me, I'm not sure about their ability to just specifically do testing for our employees. So that would be a question I think we would have to discuss. I know certainly we've gotten questions from many people about testing students and all of that kind of thing, but
Yeah, I do have some information. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Polk. I'm sorry to interrupt. We do have some information on that. We have inquired and talked with the health district about that on a high level several times. And right now, currently, if there should be a need to do testing due to outbreaks or a situation in a school where we need the health district to assess us and do some type of a screener based on that. But as a whole, there's not a recommendation to use testing as a screener. It's really more in response to controlling to determine what type of mitigation is needed to put in place in schools. As I understand it, the health district is continuing to offer adequate testing, and testing is available in a lot of local care clinics, but it's not something that we have considered as implementing for a screener or paying for as a division.
Okay, all right, thank you. I had just a couple more questions, if that's all right, Chairman Lateef. Okay, so going to slide 19 and 20. Slide 19, if we can move it to that, please. I'll scroll it to here. Okay, so it's kind of in connection with slide 16, I believe. So I'm assuming that the reason why we have circled this in the highest category is based on the two core indicators from the chart or from the slide, maybe 3 ones earlier. Is that correct? And I'm assuming it's because those are both still red. And then the secondary indicators are, improving. We're seeing improvement in that. So my question would be, what are we looking for? Oh, I guess my question would be, am I correct in assuming that it is the core indicators primarily that are what's the word? Directing our assessment to be in the highest category here?
I'll let Ms. Hebner, and then feel free to call on any staff members of yours, Ms. Hebner.
Sure. So, while the guidance from Virginia Department of Health and VDOE creates this chart, we are still taking in consideration the local metrics and the CDC metrics. So you are correct that those core indicators are used in correlation with secondary indicators to take a look at what we can as a community tolerate or what is the best decision. So if you'll notice in the chart, I guess I'm looking at myself. If you'll notice in the chart where it talks about the community transmission and assessing that, the number of case incidents and different transmission in the community. And then the school impact is the second category. So while there is a high level of transmission, it also looks at the ability to mitigate that in the school setting And if that's not occurring in the school setting, that's why you land in the low and the best mitigation, but yet the highest because of the community transmission. We recognize that when there's a high level of transmission in the community, that impacts our families, and we need to make decisions on learning based on that.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And so I guess going back to slide 17, and I can understand, how we're looking at this, and our core indicators are, still really high in the red. And our secondary indicators, though, this second one down here, 126, they're actually looking pretty good. So I'm assuming that, we will continue to evaluate this. Is that correct? And then maybe we make an adjustment, because right now we have red and green and sort of, we've picked red on slide 20, but I'm assuming as this continues to improve, assuming that it does continue to improve, that we can move from that highest category on slide 20 to perhaps the higher category on slide 20?
The
Or
answer
19,
would be
sorry,
yes,
slide
we will
19.
continue to assess, and we will continue to present the information to you.
Okay, and I guess just to, I think the answer was yes, but this determination of where this circle goes as far as level of community transmission, the data that we're looking at is the core indicators and the secondary indicators, correct?
Ms. Hebner?
Yes, that is correct. When you're looking at the community transmission, we're looking at the core indicators, the first two of them, which are the positivity rate, the case incident, and the positivity rate. And then there's another factor that the community, and then the secondary indicators influence our thinking about what's best for children and our decision making.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. If we can go to slide 20, or I guess I'll read the very bottom of slide 19 for a second. Priority learners, students for whom in-person instruction is most critical, includes, but may not be limited to, those who are early learners. I think I just want to point out that we shouldn't necessarily limit it only to early learners, students with disabilities, and English learners, but also it says that we may not be limited to. And I guess what I'm saying is just to advocate for some of our secondary students who maybe are in programs like dance or music or some of these other areas where in-person instruction is really critical to the to the stage of educational development that they're in. Perhaps they're going to be arriving in college next year. They're going to be maybe they're a junior and this is a critical year for college applications and development. So I think I just caution us not to be so narrow as far as only looking at early learners and students with disabilities, but also looking at those for whom in-person instruction is most critical, includes but may not be limited to. That's just want to make that point. My last question is actually a question. On slide 20, the green column there, grades 4 through 12, I was wondering about grades 4 through 5, because they're elementary school as well, and so if we're looking at like cohorting and phasing in additional children, it seems like there isn't a whole lot of difference between second and third graders and fourth and fifth graders as far as cohorting and contact tracing, because they're not actually secondary students. So what is the thinking for our fourth and fifth graders, separating them out a little bit from, because they're not technically secondary students. Can you please address that?
Sure. Part of it is the load and the effect on the building. So you started to hear tonight about some of the concerns that are evolving. Substitute teaching is an example. But as we bring more students back, this is having a greater impact. I'm going to be meeting with all of the elementary principals in just over a week, and I'm going to be asking them to help assess how things are going in addition to my in-person visits. But I'll call on Mr. Provencio to represent the elementary levels and further explain what I mean by assessing the load and the impact that it's beginning to have.
Dr. Waltz, Chairman Lateef, right now when we are looking at really monitoring and measuring what's going on in our schools, the reality is that it is highly stressful. The emotional toll of coming in that our principals are going through, that our teachers are going through is quite significant. With that being said, we're able to adequately instruct to the best of our ability students in K through 3, but there is a realistic strain on our schools in doing so. As we look to add more students in, that's more teachers, that's more staff, that's more kids, and there is a workplace strain that's going to be taking place. So being able to spread that out as much as possible, will be helpful as we're looking to try to move in. But the reality is, it is a challenge. We're doing it. We're able to make it work. But with going back and forth and the community spread, it's palpable for our schools right now.
So, Mr. Provencio, would you and the other levels discuss this, but you had some pretty specific information around how this is beginning to evolve as we bring more students back and we see the numbers increasing. Just if you could share just a little bit more about the impact of the letters, the community alerts, and what this is taking and the concerns around it.
Sure. Thank you, sir. All of our principals want to be instructional leaders. All of our teachers want to do the absolute best that they can do to have quality instruction. But every day, especially with looking at our schools, and it doesn't matter the geography, whether it's towards Manassas area, Nokesville area, or even the Route 1 corridors, it is a perpetual grind, if you will, about teachers coming in, staff or students, that have been not getting COVID in the school, but community spread related issues. We have to go in, we have to send those letters out. Oftentimes our translation services are inundated with not being able to do the work that they're doing because they have to translate these letters that are going out. Principals, as opposed to doing observations or being instructional leaders, are having to make the phone calls, having to go through all this. And that is primarily what our principals and our teachers are doing. And so imagine a teacher coming in right now who really wants to focus on instruction, wants to do the best they can, but it's always in the back of their mind what's going to happen. And they get the phone call saying, ma'am, you gotta quarantine right now because something happened in the community and you need to do that. So, and this is just with K3. This is just with K3 with special ed and pre-K. So as we start having the conversations and trying to gear up for this potential move for the February timeline of having more students in, we have to really prepare ourselves for the reality, even with the vaccinations, that we could continue to go back and forth with this. And it is a strain with our teachers. We're doing well. We're getting our scores up. Our PAL scores are coming in. They're high. Our reading is doing well. But the virtual instruction is working for our students. The in-person capacity is very, very helpful for those students as well. And this is still not like we have a large number of students in person. Some of our classes may have around 11 students, some have 12, some of our classes may have 3. But the reality is the workload that a teacher has to do, whether they have 3 students, is just as arduous, is just as challenging as if they had 12 students in person. That's the reality.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
So I'm going to move on to Ms. Zargarpur, and then I'm going to ask board members to email questions regarding this. We are meeting again next week, and we will have a health update then as well. But I think in the interest of time, it's best, as you look through this new data set and the new slides, email the questions, call folks offline, and get the answers you need. Ms. Zargarpur.
Okay, just a couple questions. Ms. Wall actually asked a bunch of the ones that I had. One of the other things, Dr. Waltz, that you had said is that, if our numbers went haywire, or in a particular school, you'd be like, we're going to shut this down, or we're going to make different decisions. Would the opposite be true? If we suddenly see our numbers dropping and dropping and dropping, and we can get into that high, I'm looking at slide, what is this, 19, and we were dropping so that we're now in the higher category, is it then possible that we could start adding new grade levels back into the schools?
Well, let me just say, I pray for that to happen.
I think we all do, sir. It's just, this is hard. Pandemicking is really hard. Okay, this is my other question, and it's kind of, I don't know, this is a case study. We're going to pretend for just a second that Dr. Lateef tested positive for COVID, and I am sitting next to him, and we have been here for hours. Am I a close contact? Wait. I got a whole thing here. Hold on. So he's a close contact then, right?
I will ask our medical professional, Ms. Polk, to answer this line of questioning, please.
Yeah, you see where I'm going here. I do need to understand this, but I think this might be helpful for a lot of people to understand. So am I a close contact?
Okay, Ms. Agafor, you're sitting next to Dr. Lateef. Are you less than 6 feet apart? Are you 6 feet apart?
We're 6 feet apart. We're more than 6 feet apart.
You're more than 6 feet apart. Okay. Well, one of the things that we're concerned about is if he's symptomatic, is he having any symptoms and what those symptoms may be? If he has a couple of symptoms, that would be a concern, and we might consider you a contact. It depends on whether or not he has some symptoms.
So I want to stop you just for a moment, Ms. Pope, because this is a beautiful illustration of how complex this is. So our nurses are out there asking those kinds of questions when symptomatic students or staff members come to their attention. These are conversations and questions that have to be individually asked.
Gotcha.
Depending upon that situation. What so many people are hoping for are simple kinds of answers, but there aren't simple answers to complex questions. So I'll turn it back to Ms. Polk, but that's exactly why I'm having her help you through this line of questioning. Ms. Polk?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Certainly one of the questions we would ask is if you all had on a mask, and certainly I see that you do. But what we want to look at is, whether or not you all were in close contact with each other. Now you said you're 6 feet apart now, but have you been 6 feet apart the entire time that you've been together? Okay. If at some point you may have gotten closer because you were doing whatever, as part of your meeting, then we have to look at that. Were you less than 6 feet apart for more than 15 minutes? Now, of course, that's over a 24-hour period, but within that 24-hour period. But we would want to ask several questions before we determine whether or not you are a close contact.
Right.
So right now, based on what you've shared, we might say that you're not a close contact. But again,
we don't know.
Whether or not Dr. Lateef has symptoms is important to know. And I don't know, you didn't say. And does he know it? Is he feeling bad?
No,
How do you feel, Dr. Lateef?
He feels fine. He's just annoyed that I'm asking questions. All right. Now, so it's that complicated. This is part of the reason why, we have teachers that are a little nervous. We have teachers who quarantine, and that's a safety measure. It's not you're going to get COVID, but it's a safety measure. And then there's multiple reasons of how we're going to be asking these questions and getting this information. And you guys are responsible for doing this really quickly too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that people understand that it's not just a yes, no, check the list. It's easy. We do have to spend a little time. And who is responsible in the buildings? This is the nurses?
Well, the nurses are primarily focused on the students. If a staff member is present in the building and is not feeling well, they should reach out to their administrator, but certainly the school nurse often gets involved in that. They may, end up taking the staff member's temperature, whatever, and talking to their administrator about the recommendation for that staff member.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. I wanted to make a couple clarifications because I think it's important to do so. Number one, I think we may be having Dr. Ansher attend our meeting next week. So if there are questions specifically, my advice would be to fire them off to Denise so she can get to Mrs. Huebner. so she can get them over to Dr. Ansher in advance. So maybe Dr. Ansher can provide answers to any questions you may have on either the vaccine and how it works. I think it's very important that as we discuss things, all should be careful in how we discuss them. So when we talk about the vaccine and the first dose, Moderna's vaccine in FDA documents state that it's up to 82% immunity after just the first dose. Now, in Europe, they are extending doses and times between first and second doses with the intention and the belief that some of their studies are indicating if you spread out the time, the immunity may last longer. Also, if you spread out the time, you can get more people the first dose, and which it does convey some level of immunity. In vaccines, when we make vaccines, many times the gold standard is get to 75, 85% cover. So the flu vaccine on a yearly basis is not perfect. It hits over 80%. So when we initially went into building a COVID-19 vaccine, the initial goals were to hit those 80, 85% numbers. So we're very lucky that the vaccines are all hitting after the second dose 95, 98, 99. So there is some immunity given after the first dose. And I think that's very important. And I think, rather than hear me tell you all that, let's have Dr. Ansher come in and be very clear on where we are with the vaccines. Also, Dr. Ansher has been really good about working with our school division every week on how best to bring folks in, how we're doing with that, what our success rate has been in, and so it'll be good to hear her as she reassures us or the board, or doesn't reassure us on where we've been and how you all have been working very hard. So very exciting stuff. I think a lot to celebrate this evening with the list of the vaccine clinics. I had the thrill of getting to vaccinate some of our folks myself, and people were extremely grateful, and I'm very excited for all the work again that we've been able to do in that regard. We're going to go to the next item, and like I said, please send in your questions. The next item will be an update from Ms. Williams on her equity committee meeting with the Board of County Supervisors, and then that will then we move into board matters. Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. It's actually an update from the Superintendent's Council on Equity, so it's not really me, it's just my ask.
All righty. All right. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, Vice Chairwoman Zargarpur, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. As you just heard, Woodbridge School Board member Lori Williams asked for an update on the work of the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity. And we have a number of presenters here tonight, as you see on this opening slide. I also want to thank all of the members of the Advisory Council who are joining us as viewers tonight, as well as thanking them for their participation and hard work as council members. It's now my honor to turn the presentation over to Mrs. Carolyn Custard, retired Director of Student Services, who is serving as my council facilitator this year. Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Iman. Good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. It is my pleasure to provide updated information with you about the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity. Dr. Waltz shared at a recent school board meeting that equity is one of the most important core values in PWCS. SAS, Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity, assists the superintendent with identifying priorities for the school division related to equity for all. We meet quarterly, and SAS is composed of members appointed by each superintendent. Next slide, please. So just as a little update about the history of SAS. SAS was created by Dr. Waltz in April 2019, and the membership was determined in October 2019. The membership, as I stated earlier, includes appointees from each school board member, appointees by the superintendent, and we also have advisors. Periodic updates are provided to the school board through information items. The initial update was provided in June 2020, and this evening, this is our second update. To focus on core values and to ensure that there is continued emphasis on success, the superintendent staff adopted a new form for agenda items that incorporated the use of an equity lens. There was an equity lens presentation to all principals at the January 2021 level meeting. Next slide, please. In May 2020, SAS members participated in a survey to identify priorities for the 2021 school year. The survey was grouped in 3 main categories. The 3 main categories were, first, education design, and that was identified to provide opportunities to challenge all students and to prevent student dropouts. Then the second category, education practices, to identify students at risk of falling behind and to provide systematic support to our students. And then our third category, education resourcing. And this was identified to set concrete targets for improving equity and then to ensure that there are resources available to achieve these targets. Next slide, please. And then it was my pleasure to join this wonderful team, Mr. Iman and the staff team, as the facilitator at the October meeting. The SAS members were provided with an update on equity work, and our major focus at the October meeting was a presentation by Christy Dugan-Taylor, Maria Burgos, who you will hear from tonight, and Dr. Lisa Williams, who is a consultant for equity. The title of their presentation was the PWCS Education Equity Framework. And following their presentation, there was a discussion of our priorities. Next slide, please. At our December meeting, at the request of some of the staff members, there were presentations on equity and COVID-19 school operations. So these presentations included mental health, digital equity, and CARES Act funding. We had great presenters, and following the presentation, council members reviewed and identified equity priorities, and then we discussed our equity statement. There was also a presentation by Dr. Jennifer Casada on the virtual learning survey results. And now I turn the presentation over to Mrs. Schlater, Director of the Office of Student Services.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Custard, for turning it over to me. If I could get the next slide, please. Thank you. At our December meeting, as Mrs. Custard stated, we took some time to look at some areas that we know are being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and many of these items have actually been brought up tonight leading up to our presentation. So we shared with the council information about our comprehensive plan to address student mental health during the 2021 school year. The school board has seen this information before. We presented it back in the fall, but it's great to be able to provide an update to you as to where we're at. The core of our plan to address student mental health needs is to identify student needs, number one. That was done at the beginning of the year through a social emotional needs assessment, but it's important for everyone to understand that identifying student needs is not a one-time activity. It's something that we're doing continually throughout the school year. Our school counselors have many different ways that they assess student need as is appropriate for the grade level. So the identification of student needs and the act of assessing needs through either a formal or informal needs assessment is ongoing throughout the school year. The next step in our plan is to equip our school-based mental health professionals with the resources needed to address those student needs. Our staff in the Office of Student Services meets monthly with our school-based mental health professionals, whether it be social workers or school counselors, and they talk about what are the needs that you're seeing and what is the professional development that you need to be able to support these students. We are continually looking at ways to innovate in this virtual environment and to support the students to the best of our ability. And I think that, you know, we have some examples of different things that have occurred this school year, specifically some work that our social workers and counselors are doing through a Diversity, Justice, and Anti-Bias Student Services Committee that's being led by Ms. Tameka Jackson, and they're also weaving that into our Healthy Communities, Healthy Youth program. So again, that's just one example of, you know, we're really trying to equip our school-based mental health professionals with the skills they need to support these students. The next part of our plan is to train all staff members to identify a possible mental health issue. This is a really important part of the plan for the school year. We need all eyes on our students. Again, I think it was Ms. Wall spoke about this earlier. Some other school board members have asked questions. How do we know when we have a student who's struggling? How are we identifying that if they're a student who's not even telling their parents that they're struggling? The training of the staff members that is going on as we speak right now in identifying possible mental health issues is a key part of us being able to respond to that. A teacher being able to see a change in behavior on a Zoom lesson and be able to respond to that and know who to refer the student to is extremely important now, as it always has been, but we feel that the training that our teachers are currently undergoing will allow them to spot a problem and get that student to the right person. Next slide, please. So when we look at the services that are offered to all K-12 students, again, this is information we have reviewed before and provided updates on, but it was important for us to tell the council that there are services that are available, and those include individual counseling and small group counseling. These are usually short-term and based on need. Classroom lessons covering a variety of issues. I know that staff right now is working on a lesson, a new lesson for our middle and high schools, looking at, you know, am I okay and are my friends okay? And really digging into some of those social emotional issues through the delivery of a lesson, and then being able to follow up with students who may have need after that lesson. We've already completed our lessons for each grade level on coping skills during the pandemic. And again, that work is ongoing. Counselors are weaving information about coping skills into each lesson that they teach with students and any individual and group session. We certainly have processes for threat assessment. This would be threat to self or threat to others. And we have trained all staff on how to use those in a virtual environment as well as an in-person environment. We also have modified processes as needed to continue to meet our mandate to report suspected child abuse, neglect, and that process has gone online for us. And we also, if the need arises, and we do have a situation where we have a student death or a staff member death, we offer critical incident counseling as needed in those situations. And again, we've adapted all of this to the virtual environment, which I think has been challenging at times, but we've really been able to make this work for our students and for our staff families. So hopefully by getting this overview of the services that are offered to students in K-12 and also our plan, the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity began to see how we are trying to mitigate, per se, some of the things that are happening in the mental health realm and be as proactive as we can for our students. So with that said, I will turn it over to Mrs. Huebner to talk about our next topic.
Thank you. Next slide. There we go. So as part of my role on the Superintendent's Advisory Council for Equity, I am a representative, a voice from our superintendent staff, but also there to provide information to our council members as we assess and determine what the work is that the council needs to do. So I'd like to stress that the information that you're being provided with right now is information that you have already been shared, and we shared this with our council in order for them to have information to plan for what they were going to do going forward and prioritize their goals as a team. So we're just sharing this with you as a board so that you can see some of the information that we have shared with our council members. So I can say that the events of the past year have influenced at all how we think. The loss of opportunity to learn in schools challenged all of us to look at equity in a much broader perspective in a different way. And it definitely influenced the work of the council. So here you'll see a slide, an example. We had the amazing Mr. Matt Guilfoyle join us to go over some of the challenges and some of the things that we have done about digital equity and talking about how we can support learning in the virtual setting. Next slide, please. Additionally, Ms. Kathleen Addison, who is the rock star of all that is budget, supervisor in finance under the supervision of Mr. John Wallingford, our Associate Superintendent for Finance and Risk Management. Mr. Wallingford also attended to talk a lot and a little about our CARES Act funding and how we were spending that in order to achieve equity within our division. And you all did receive that report in the November update to the board. Next slide, please. So some of, I think, the most labor-intensive part of the work that we've done as a council and the most thoughtful work that we've done is really asking ourselves, what are our priorities? What are we really looking to achieve? We wanted some actionable items, but we also wanted some long-term goals that would have an impact in the division to help us rethink and reassess how we do business. So some of the most labor-intensive work resulted in these outcomes, ensuring that students have access to high quality instruction to meet their needs at their level. It's very important that at their level, individualizing and recognizing that not all students are created in the same way or benefit from the same type of instruction, and creating situations where all kids can learn and have access to education. So really looking at creative ways to ensure students are meeting challenges and given multiple opportunities for instruction and opening doors. So these priorities are informing our decision-making as we create our budget, and will be continued work from the council. Next slide, please. One of our actionable items that came out of the council was the development of an equity lens for Prince William County schools. And so a quick explanation, an equity lens is a tool or a process that we use to analyze or identify or maybe even diagnose the impact of our decisions and the designs and our practices. And it takes a look at how those are influenced or how those impact our underserved, our marginalized individuals and groups, and to identify potential barriers and to try to work to eliminate those barriers. So we ask ourselves when we're making decisions, what is the decision in question? What does the data say about the impact of the decision on student achievement, excuse me, their opportunities and school climate? If there are disparities in the gaps between the groups, why do they exist? And who is missing from this discussion so that we can address these disparities? And how will you mitigate the disparities? We want to create that level playing field and open opportunities for our students. So these questions serve as a guide during our planning processes and our decision-making process. And I believe the goal of the council is to provide our superintendent with feedback and tools that bring about needed change on a large scale. So at the request of the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, you heard that we shared this lens with our work, with our division leaders, our principals at the level meetings, and we're challenging our schools to take this on as a tool that they can use at the school level as we make decisions for our children. We do plan to continue work on this and so that we can guide the equity work in our schools. And at this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Maria Burgos Singleton.
Thank you, Ms. Huebner. Good evening, Dr. Lateef and members of the school board and Dr. Waltz. As Ms. Custer noticed, SACE members participated in a survey to identify priorities for the 2021 school year in May of 2020. In June of 2020, the Virginia School Board of Education voted unanimously to address systemic racism and racial justice in education. And Dr. James Lane, Superintendent of Public Schools for Instruction in the Commonwealth of Virginia, wrote a Dear Educator letter, noting that as educators, we are called upon to affirm our commitment to advancing equity in Virginia public schools. In August, The Educational Equity Framework was approved by the superintendent staff to center equitable practice systemically across the division as an essential step to ensure safe, responsive, and inclusive working and learning environments. Educational equity is defined as a collaborative commitment to action through the process of distributing access and opportunity by continuously evaluating, addressing inequitable policies, practices, and ideologies within an equity lens. Next slide. Leading with an equity lens is a reflective and collaborative approach with all stakeholders to ensure equitable policies, practices, programs, and ideologies are interrelated and inform one another. The equity lens assures resource equity, financial, human, and instructional, resulting in a world-class education that prepares every student as stewards of themselves, community, and the world. Next slide. Centering an equity lens is at the heart of the Superintendent's Advisory Council and equity and the strategic plan. The committee's identified priorities are in alignment with the Virginia's Roadmap to Equity. The following are measures of educational equity framework to support the work of the committee as they identify and recommend concrete targets to support educational equity. These are our development areas. All stakeholders should experience safe and inclusive work and school climates where data is ongoing, transparent to all stakeholders, and monitored frequently for disproportionate representation of student groups and workforce. This also includes continuously building our workforce to represent the diversity of our community. Courageous leadership, quality, and diversity enacts a continued process of learning, disaggregating data, and questioning assumptions about equity, relevance, and effectiveness. Learning facilities are structurally sound, inclusive, and have access to resources, technology, and effective equipment to support academic achievement and social development. While culturally responsive instruction emphasizes prior experiences of frames of reference to make learning more relevant and engaging, resulting in deeper levels of learning and social consciousness, and preparing our students to be a viable part of our workforce in the Commonwealth. Courageous teacher quality and diversity ensures learning is rigorous, engaging, culturally relevant, standard-based, and that it also aligns to those 5 C's: critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and citizenship skills. The final one is funding, and that is funding that is flexible and transparent and is based on the needs of its students with additional resources allocated to schools and departments to support students with higher needs. Next slide to Dr. Jennifer Casada, please.
All right, thank you, Maria. Good evening, Dr. Lateef, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. My role with the Equity Advisory Council is as a technical advisor, sharing data with them and making connections to the strategic plan. As you just heard, the equity lens is one way of orienting thinking when making decisions. Individual school leaders can use the equity lens when making decisions, when setting budget priorities, including when they use their school advisory councils in the development of their school budgets and their continuous improvement plans. This lens is critical when making decisions about resource allocation. In their work this year, the council is focused on a broad definition of equity that encompasses achievement, opportunity, climate, and resource allocation. All of these connect very nicely to the strategic plan. Next slide, please. As you are aware, Prince William County Schools is in the process of finalizing a new strategic plan for approval by the school board later this spring. This development has occurred over the past 2 years and began with stakeholders identifying core values. Equity was identified as one of the most important core values, and it thus permeates throughout the plan. The lighthouse you see on the right is a graphical representation, thanks to our fantastic communications office, of how the key themes lead to student success. As you heard in the priorities identified by the council and in the framework described by Maria, equity is critical to all of them and aligns to the Virginia Roadmap to Equity. Most explicitly, equity is addressed in the theme of learning and achievement for all. This broad theme focuses on academic outcomes as well as social emotional ones, and focuses on opportunity and access as well as outcomes. Equity is also a key part of building a positive climate and culture. As you heard in discussions of digital equity, ensuring equitable access for families and the community to resources and tools is also a key part of family and community engagement. The council has also been very focused on equitable resource allocation in terms of funding and facilities. These, of course, connect to organizational supports. The use of the equity lens in decision-making, as described by both Denise and Maria, is one way for Prince William County to bring the core value of equity in the strategic plan to life. Next slide, please. This concludes the update on the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity. Thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I want to first start by saying thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate it and all of the work that's gone into it. I would like, if the board doesn't object, to have a regular standing update after the Superintendent's Advisory Council on Equity meets, so that we know, because as a board, we made a severe commitment to equity when we renamed Gainesville High School, and equity is not only a buzzword or a trendy word as it seems to be right now, but a focal point that we made a commitment to, and the state and now our current presidential administration has made a commitment to, and we in Prince William County have been really at the forefront on a lot of levels on equity, and I would like to see this division continue a leadership position when using equity, and there's never been a better time of alignment. It's like all the stars have aligned to get this work done. I'm sure many people are aware. If you're not, this is actually quite personal to me, because this is one of the reasons why I ran for school board, and it is sort of lifelong work. So moving on from that, I also, in relation to this, while we're talking about board agenda items and updates, is if we could have the superintendent or the framework for equity that I have heard mentioned repeatedly through this presentation that was approved in August 2020 be presented to the board, because I think that's really important. If that is how our division is defining the equity lens to which we are operating under, I would think that that is a critical presentation that this board would need to have, and we haven't. And since it was approved in August, I'm a little dismayed that I'm asking for it now at the end of January 2021. But I mean, I know we've had a pandemic. I'm also, I have a lot of questions. So I'm curious to know, with this committee, is the expectation that the board is going to receive information that the committee has then sort of, after receiving information digested, are they going to make a report to us? Because we hear a lot of what is presented to the committee, but I'm not hearing a lot of what the committee is actually doing. So I know that these individuals aren't on this committee just so that they can receive information. I know they meet quarterly, so that puts a lot of time and distance in between. But I do get the impression that a lot of individuals on this committee, maybe not a lot, but individuals on this committee sort of feel like they are being talked to about equity and not serving much purpose. So what is the purpose of them being there, for this school division? I'm sure they're not there just to learn about equity.
Ms. Custer?
Yes, sir. So, as thank you, Dr. Waltz and Ms. Williams. We have a wonderful, I started with the committee in October, but I've been meeting through email and through Zoom with a couple of the members and some of them, and they have asked for some things that they would like to have. Hence, Ms. Williams, while we had we had an update that at their request, and when they wanted to hear about mental health, they wanted to hear about some things happening in the community with digital learning and also the CARES Act. So we had presentations during that time. We are asking for what they want and trying to make sure that they are a part of our decisions and what we are doing. But, Mr. Iman, if you would like to add something to what I'm saying, please do, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Custard. And again, good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. Yes, Ms. Williams, what I would say to you is that in truth, the advisory council is action-based, because you see, and I would also say to you that the board has been kept updated on the work of the advisory council. You received their report after their initial year last year. We didn't do a presentation because it was at the time when COVID first hit and we were still adjusting with board meetings, so you got the report in writing. It laid out the priorities for the council going forward. In other words, the council developed its bylaws, developed its mission last year, all the groundwork that an advisory council needs. They then gave us they then asked us for certain pieces of information, as Ms. Custard said, to help them fine-tune the direction that they think we needed to go next. The primary thing when we ended last year was that they said that we would have to revisit priorities based on the influence of COVID. So the presentations given were the presentations they requested in order then to move that forward. So if you think back on tonight's presentation on slide 4, it talked about the initial equity priorities that came from the council members from this work. And they were laid out that their highest priority was education design, focusing on attractive opportunities for students to challenge all students and prevent dropouts. Another high priority was educational practices, identifying students at risk of falling behind and providing support to those students in systematic ways. None of this should sound surprising. It's the same discussion that the administration and the school board have been having through the pandemic. On that slide, it also mentioned education resourcing, that looking at concrete targets for improving equity and then directing resources where needed for those targets. And their recommendations were brought to the superintendent's staff as part of the budget process as we go into this next fiscal year. I'm not going to jump the gun on that because that's on the agenda for next week. But I just want to stress that the council is directing our work. It's really not the other way around.
I guess.
I hope
No, I
that
understand what
helps.
you're saying, and I appreciate that. From a sitting in this chair's perspective, it's hard to understand what the council, how they're doing that, because we're seeing their priorities, and then I'm seeing a shift that's COVID-related priorities. But I didn't understand the work, how the council is influencing the division work. I'm getting what the council has been presented. So that's where I had a little bit of confusion. And then I also am curious as to, I see that they've made a shift in pandemic related, but how does it all tie together from where they started, what they're looking at right now, and then with current legislation going on, how do all of those things fit together? Because there's a lot of legislation at the state level, and I think we have an expert on our on this team that, with regards to state level activities, is too. How does all that tie in to what's going on as we continue to plan for the future?
Sure, Mrs. Williams. As you can well imagine, the topic of equity is huge. It's broad. It encompasses so many things. So we had to pick a starting point knowing that the council would grow over time and priorities would change over time, that it was impractical to actually go after every possible way that equity can be impacted. So we allowed the council to go through a process of activities where they provided input in small groups in their meetings, in large group discussions, filling out surveys, doing a host of things for us to be able to narrow down what it is that the focus needed to be on now. Now, regarding the latest legislation, I had a great meeting with Ms. Burgos just recently, and we incorporated just a little bit tonight of what she's working on in terms of related to her work at the state level. And we're going to be sharing that with the council as well. So we see our role with the council as being twofold. One, to educate them, give them information, but allow them to set our direction. We're not directing them in the work that needs to be done. They're an advisory council telling us what they think are the most important things to be working on at the moment.
Now, when they do that in that capacity, like for example, Safe Schools Committee, they produce a report, or Head Starts committee, they produce a report that's given to the division like annually. So are you saying it's like quarterly when they meet, they're influencing the division in our decision making, or looking at different topics, or is it like something we expect an annual? Because it's new, I'm just sort of looking to see how it is that the division is gathering information from them, council members, and then applying that to the decision making. It's much clearer and more established councils and committees, so that's sort of where I'm going with this.
Sure. Mrs. Williams, it's really all of that. The work that they're doing now has already influenced the work on the budget that'll come forward shortly. But as I mentioned earlier, and as you may recall, the council issued the board an update, a report from their first year last spring. We anticipate that there will be a culminating report again this year.
Okay. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
My next question is, what is the equity statement? This is a review of equity statement on page 6. Whose equity statement? Is that the council's equity statement? What is that equity statement? That came out of the December 2020 meeting.
Yes, that's a statement that was developed by the advisory. Mrs. Slater, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I was going to, the equity statement, Ms. Williams, great question, is something that we're actually working on this year. So we started last year with an activity where we had council members look at equity statement models from other school divisions from around the country. And we had them sort of patchwork together. Okay, what do you like about these different equity statements? What would you want to bring into a Prince William County equity statement? So that work was right before the school closure last year, the last time we were able to meet in person. And that work has been ongoing to have them, for us to put back to them, okay, here was the consensus of the group as far as what we want to be in an equity statement. And at our next meeting is when we're actually going to kind of finalize that process and have the group come to consensus on what the Prince William County Schools equity statement that we would propose to the superintendent would be. So that's been ongoing work because there's a lot of different models of equity statements out there for different school divisions and organizations, and the council has been really helpful in bringing kind of the best of a lot of different things for us to make our equity statement.
Thank you, Mrs. Slater. And Mrs. Williams, I also wanted to stress, as you said earlier, does it influence work that we're doing now? As you heard in the presentation tonight, there were 2 direct influences that have already happened this year, aside from the budget recommendations. And that is around the use of the equity lens has now been presented to the superintendent's staff and to all the principals at level meetings, so that everybody can begin working to bring the equity lens into focus for all the work that we do. It's also influenced even at superintendent staff meetings. We've modified our agendas so that we use an equity lens in putting our agenda items forward. So the work of the council is already in place in some ways.
Thank you very much. I'm moving on to well, since you brought up the equity lens, I'll just jump to something else I had in relation to that. So I guess I'm a little, I wouldn't say little, I'm very aggressive on this topic. So I'm concerned when we talk about, like, for example, on slide 16, we talk about how can schools use the equity lens. I'm wondering why we're not at a point where we're saying schools are using the equity lens this way. Because, I've had this discussion for equity for several years here in various shapes or forms, definitely for the past year for a fact, equity, and the pushing to having this council developed. Again, speaking to the fact that the state has been working on this for quite some time, I'm wondering why our language is not mirroring what what the state is saying, what we're trying to do, what this board has said that we're going to do. I just think that when we use statements like how can, that's very passive, when we should be using statements that how are. So I'm wondering, is that just like for us, you know, could you help me out here a little bit with this?
Well, again, Mrs. Williams, you have to understand, a lot of the latest state legislation has only just come out. Our council began its work, and just as you heard the discussion earlier today, you had asked the question about social distancing and physical distancing. Language grows over time, and as I stated, we're going to be bringing forward changes that have come from the state, and so that we'll be we always align ourselves with state direction, but it's a matter of bringing all those pieces together at the appropriate time.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I think somebody else, was that somebody else responding to that question? Oh, I had.
Miss Jessie.
Wasn't done, but okay.
Hold on, Miss Williams not done. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've been waiting a really long time for this. So, I'm sorry, Miss Jessie, I'm almost done. I know everybody's tired, and I appreciate you continuing to humor me. So on page 17, one of the things that we talked about that's mentioned is equity in the strategic plan. It says the use of equity lens is one way that the core value of equity is brought to life. Could we talk a little bit about what are the other ways?
Dr. Quesada, do you have comment on that?
Sure. So remember, so this new slide 17 and the new strategic plan are just getting started, and those core values were identified for the new strategic plan. But my point in that statement was that it's a way of not just saying that equity is something that's important. This is one concrete, as Mr. Iman said, action, using that lens in the development of the decision-making process, using that in the budget. It's just one example. Other examples would be with the decisions that were discussed throughout the presentation in terms of resource allocation and other things. The digital equity presentation itself, the digital equity initiative is a way that the value of equity is brought to life, right? Because we're putting literally money to ensure equitable access for students to the learning environment because of the need for virtual. That's just one further example. Equity in, am I addressing your question? I could keep going, but I'm just.
A little bit. I guess, for me, I'm struggling because equity really isn't new. I think that some of the terms that we're using are new, but, we had a report. We've been talking about equity scorecards and equity in the school division for a number of years. So I struggle with when I hear responses that say, like I just said, like how, when we term things like how can we use equity lens in our school division, when I know that, for example, we've had care leads in schools, and we've talked about, culturally responsive training, and all of these things fall under the view of equity. And we talk about spending equitably on our facilities, and none of this to me is really new, and it's not new in the sense that we've discussed this. So, like I said, I know that I'm very passionate about this subject, but I was looking to see us a little bit further along this down in this pathway, and so I'm a little disheartened when it comes to getting this presentation and not really understanding, exactly how the council is influencing us as a school division, what their output is to us, and considering this topic is so important. It's really hard for me to digest because I still feel like this school division is taking a very passive stance on equity and how we talk about it and how we integrate it. And, I know it's a big topic, but it's really important. It affects every single thing that we do. So, this is just, it's a big deal for me. I'm going to pause here and let somebody else go and because I know Miss Jessie and it's getting late, but I do have a few more questions.
Mrs. Williams, I just want to say very quickly, as you said, we've been doing things, and you're correct. And we provided the board in one of the information updates, because the board has not only received a final report from the council last year, but you've had periodic updates as well. And one of those was the list of things that we have already been doing over time regarding equity. So I do agree with you. We've been doing it, and we shared those kinds of things with the full school board. In terms of how we embrace it as a school division, I think it's very clear that as we go into our new strategic plan, it's the foundation for the whole plan. And it embraces every aspect of the plan. So I think we are being on the forefront of moving it forward. But I'll leave that at that, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Lateef.
Ms. Jessie?
Hi, Dr. Lateef.
Yes, Ms. Jessie, we said Ms. Jessie.
May I ask, approximately 3 to 4 years ago, after visiting the Challenging Students in Challenging Schools Environment Committee, I met Dr. Bishop from Culpeper, Virginia. Culpeper started the first equity project. A trip was made to Culpeper, and including that trip was Jarson Hart, me, and Diane Ralston. We brought back the information. I have asked for 2 or 3 years for us to look at that model, because we have used their model equity report card. And I think that tonight we're peppering these questions when in fact, in what I had proposed, which I would like to have reconsidered by the chair, is that we model our program pretty much like Dr. Bishop, who is renowned by now, has retired, where her equity task force included members of the board, 1 member of the board, and members from the community and the people you see here now. I think that I am on the policy council. I meet with them monthly. I know what's going on as a board member. I get the updates. I know what's going on. The safety committee, what is it called? Safe Schools Committee has a board member represented. I don't know if we can make that decision tonight, but I would like my request to be reconsidered. I think we need to have a board member on that committee. Now, when I'm on the policy council, they do their work. I don't tell them what to do. I make a school board. I may react and say, how can we help you? But the board member is not there. She's there to get information and to bring it back to the board, instead of this big thing tonight where we're spending hours. I just think that would be a more, I think it would facilitate everything. I think both Lori and I are both passionate about equity. And you know my passion about equity and civil rights and children and student learning. Casada is shaking her head because she knows I'm always asking about closing the achievement gap. And I was told that there's a reason we don't have a board member on that committee, but I think even if we had Ms. Williams, who's very interested, and me on as alternates, and we could get the information and bring it back. That's just my suggestion. I'm not asking Dr. Lateef to think about it tonight, but if he looks back at my notes, when they ask, what do you want to work with? Every year I have asked to be involved with equity. So I am putting it out again tonight because I think now saying we're not really pleased with where we are is kind of, I think we need to be there to see what's going on and make suggestions as we go. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. And Mr. Iman, I appreciate you bringing up the strategic plan. I think it will, they'll take a little bit different shape and form when the board has really seen the strategic plan and we've had a chance to look at it. I'd also look forward to, during our budget discussions, seeing, or if you can make note of how this council's influenced specifically items in our budget as we approach that as well. And then my last question is really something that I brought up and touched on. I'm just looking for a little bit more information. And I know that Maria is here on the line. I think she's still here. But could you provide, there she is. Could you provide us, a little bit more update on what the council work is doing, what our division is doing in relation to what is coming down from the Virginia Department of Education, and how that sort of fits in with what's going on?
Mrs. Burgos, you are muted. And again, to lead into this as to what is coming from the state, as I mentioned earlier, Mrs. Burgos and I had a planning meeting recently. So Mrs. Burgos, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I also want a quarter for my mute again. As Mr. Iman noted, when the committee collaborated this past year and we went out on break, there were a lot of questions about instruction and instructional equity with COVID. And as anything that's developing, we have continued to develop the plan. I am currently working as a committee member advising on matters around cultural competency and equity in schools. And I come with the background of educational equity that looks at when we measure equity, what are the areas that we measure? So among those were some that I discussed tonight. The equity of what a quality workforce should be in its diversity, in its delivery, in its leadership, the equity of resources, and the equity of cultural proficiency that drives everything. In other words, do we have an equity lens, an equity mind? And how do we address inequitable actions when they occur? And how do we disaggregate data looking for that? For any areas that may tell us we need to sharpen our tools, and how do we address policies that may have biases in them or words that are discriminatory and such. So what Mr. Iman is speaking of is that to get everyone up to par, one of the things that just passed in 21 of January, actually just recently by the Virginia House of Delegates, is a bill that was passed that requires teachers, principals, and division superintendents evaluations to be included with cultural competency. It also seeks every person that's seeking initial licensure or renewal of license from the school board to complete an instruction on cultural competency. And also the bill is saying that those who are endorsed in history and social sciences will complete instruction on African American history as prescribed by the board. And it requires each board to adopt and implement policies that require each student and all of the school board employees to hold a license issued by the board to complete cultural competency training in accordance with guidance by the board every 2 years. This bill was passed, House Bill 1904. And so as I continue to meet weekly, I meet with VDOE weekly on ed equity matters, and also with Region 4 as equity chiefs, coordinators, and supervisors like myself look at best practices to align measures for each one of these areas of equity that I noted, and accountability for each one of those areas. As I said earlier, the state of Virginia is making an intentional practice of implementing cultural competency so that we can eradicate the history of racial inequity in our schools. And they are also being very intentional in building the cultural competencies of our educators. And we're doing just that in Prince William County. And so as the division and the state creates criteria, models, and resources we will continue to develop in these fields. It is critical that the committee, as they are making recommendations, that they too have access to these resources, so these recommendations are made along best practices and align with some of these state initiatives. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does, and it leads me to my next ask, and that is, slide 15, I think, really sums it up for me. It's the Prince William County leading with an equity lens, and they're the icons that speak to 6 different topics in relation to equity. And so my ask is really if the board could receive a presentation revolving around that slide and specific information relating to that slide, because there is a lack of understanding of how equity touches everything and how important it is moving forward for all of us in every single thing that we do. And we talk around it, but there's just a huge lack of understanding. I'm familiar with the 5 C's from, I'm going to date myself, like 20 plus years ago when I was a student at George Mason and New Century College, and cultural competencies was like an unheard of word. But it's not for me because I was a student 20 plus years ago, or 30, I don't even know, 30 plus years ago, 20 plus years ago. So the fact that we're talking about it now here, is it something new? It's been coming. We're just now in a position where if you haven't been talking about it, you're gonna be forced to talk about it. And as we've been doing courageous work and leading the way as a school division, I want us to shine and to continue to lead the way, and for our public and our staff and our students to know how much we value this, especially now, after the year we've had with 2020 and the pandemic, and how it has brought up so much discrepancies in our educational system, and how our students learn, how our students are perceived, what access our students had. We sort of glossed all over these and didn't really tie them to equity when we were talking about making sure all of our students had laptops and access to internet. That was an equity issue, but we didn't really look at it from that lens. We just were looking at it from meeting our students' needs. As we come to the beginning of January and all throughout 2020, we were talking about issues when it comes to our Black and brown students, and very lightly we touched on our staff who have a minority and how mental health affects them, and how 2020 and the constant barrage that we were faced with in the media, and how, marches and everything else affected us. We continue to skim over these issues, but they're important. You have to take the time to discuss them. Even now, we've had, students who report issues in schools with their learning environment from textbooks questions when it comes to slavery, or how teachers who aren't educated in cultural competency can stand in front of a classroom and make a statement that's truly offensive to someone in their class unintentionally because they are not aware. And our children are even more so aware now because of the access to information that they have. So I just want to make sure, and I don't think that we can emphasize it enough, how important this work is. And it's not just about isms, it's about access, it's about money. So if we could as a board, not next school board meeting by any means, maybe around the beginning of March, before the end of the year, but definitely sooner rather than later, really get an in-depth presentation on slide 15 and the topics that are there, what they mean to us, and how we're going to implement them. I would really love to get that information and to hear more about how we are investing our school resources in and connected with the state, and how we are leading the way. I think this is somewhere where we can really shine. We have a lot of qualified people who do this work within our division, and we don't hear enough from them, and we don't hear enough we don't toot our own horn as a division. And I think now is the most appropriate time, if not now, when. It is a daily conversation. So if humor me. I'm not sorry for taking a lot of time on this. I would like to continue it more, and I'm just going to end there right now. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson and then Mr.
Thank you for the presentation tonight. Just want to echo what Ms. Williams has just said, and it's more of a comment than a question at this point, because I think kind of what Ms. Williams is asking for a future topic on the agenda is for me, I just wanted to just touch base on why, it's best practice to look at things through an equity lens. And then at some point in the future, if we could please get an update on the House Bill 1904 and how that impacts the training compared to what we have now and trainings that we might have in the future. If there would be any differences, but it doesn't need to be tonight. It could be, I think this should be an ongoing discussion. So that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Art.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, I agree with you, especially your last statement when you were talking about having a presentation with that, leading with an equity lens. I love that. Ms. Williams and I have met with students, mostly high school students, I think. And one of the things that struck me was that they're ready to go. They are ready to do the equity work, but they can tell that some of the adults in the room are not ready to do this equity work. So that's really important because, I think we've all had an experience where we've had a moment where we know it's a tense, difficult talk that we have to have. And giving the adults in the room the tools to make sure that they can have these conversations and manage through these situations with our students is really, really important. It's just a comment, but I really think it all ties in. Am I fairly? Okay, good. That was just one thing that really struck me with my conversations with students. Anyway, thank you so much for this presentation tonight, and I do look forward to when we can have the other one on the framework and the trainings and things that are available here in the county.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you all for that presentation.
Dr. Lateef, just one quick comment if I could.
Sure, Mr. Iman.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder to school board members who have not yet scheduled their meeting with Dr. Quesada regarding the strategic plan. Please know that's also a very important step for better understanding on this topic. So I just wanted to put the plug in.
Excellent.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef.
Excellent, Keith. That's a great reminder, and I need to get on that myself. So thank you for reminding us. That's really appreciative. Next, we'll go to board matters. We will start with Mr. Wilk.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef, for the sake of
And
time.
and on this, a reminder to board members, keep it to the agenda items.
I'll keep it to 5 seconds. I'm good tonight. Thank you, sir.
Okay, excellent. We'll go to Ms. Wall.
I won't quite keep it to 5 seconds, but that's okay. I just wanted to thank everyone who presented to us tonight. Thank you for all your hard work. I know there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, especially because we kind of accelerated some of the important work with meeting the needs of our staff and getting them vaccinated. Thank you to everybody who is working so hard on that. I also wanted to thank everyone who continues to email us and point out issues, share thoughts, and raise concerns or offer suggestions. I just wanted to acknowledge that those concerns and that I am reading those and listening to those. I know this is very hard. Nobody on the board, including myself, thought that the solution to how to, as Ms. Zagarpo put it, like pandemicking is hard. Nobody thought that this would be an easy or simple solution. The fact that we're making everybody mildly uncomfortable on all sides of the perspectives is probably a good indication that we are coming up with the right answer, if there is even really a right answer, or maybe the best answer. So I just wanted to end with the idea that as a board member, I took an oath and agreed to a code of ethics. And one of those is that I, quote, will always remember that my first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare and academic performance of all students attending our public schools. Another is, quote, I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of all children in the school division. And I think that is very relevant to what we are talking about tonight with equity, but also with the pandemic. And that we should always keep the lens of what is best for all of our students. And so I say, let's be especially mindful of what our children and youth are experiencing right now and have been experiencing for a very long time, and let's be more sensitive and mindful of the disruption and disappointment that they are facing in their young lives. Some of them have only been alive for 5 or 6 years, and 1 year in perspective is 20% of their lives. I want to keep our focus on how we can best balance safety and health while still meeting our core function of providing a world-class appropriate education for all of our students. We've heard a lot of good information tonight. I know that we will continue to hear and learn and grow and problem solve. And I appreciate all the staff who, when we say, hey, we want you to jump, and they're already in the air, and they're asking how high, I really, really appreciate that effort. I think that's the right mindset that we all need to have. And I just say to everybody, good night, and keep the faith.
I'll jump to the folks at home. Ms. Ralston?
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Wonderful. Ms. Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I just want to say I'm very thankful for the collaboration and advocacy of Dr. Lateef and Chair Wheeler regarding vaccines, and for Ms. Huebner, Ms. Polk, Ms. Bellamy, and the rest of the staff for working tirelessly, including with the nurses, to roll out these vaccines. I am glad that we get to hear an update about equity, and I look forward to frequent updates regarding this important topic that helps all students. Helping to engage in conversations that results in all students having the support and tools that they need to meet their learning needs is really important. Thank you to Ms. Williams for adding this to the agenda. And I look forward to meeting with Dr. Quesada tomorrow, actually, I believe. Please know I continue to listen to all concerns, and just a reminder that our kids are watching, and they're watching what we do, how we say, how we act. And they're also watching how we prioritize their face-to-face instruction. So please continue to follow CDC recommendations. Our choices as a community will directly impact our ability to educate our students face-to-face. And then lastly, I look forward to hearing an update in the future in more detail about the mental health discussions that we talked about today, and any new strategies that has been implemented since the last meeting. Thanks again to everybody, and have a good night.
Ms. Jessie?
Hi, I want to thank Dr. Waltz and his staff for an exceptional presentation, and I particularly want to thank Mrs. Eagle and Mr. Provencio for saying there are problems, because sometimes I think we hear how, I think sometimes the associates, and I've talked to a couple of them, feel that they should come before us and say how great things are. Obviously, there are teachers who are very stressed, and we talk about mental health. There are mental health issues for teachers. There are also mental health issues for the staff. So I want to thank you guys for sharing the good, the bad, and I don't think anything is ugly, but that's the only way we deal with problems, and I appreciate that. I also would like to say thank you to Sheila Mitchell for putting together this year's MLK program with the social, not the social distance, but the digital approach. She did a phenomenal job, and as I watched the speakers this year, and I watched the young lady, the poet laureate for the inauguration, my thoughts were there are kids in Prince William County who could eat her lunch and her snack and drink her milk, because we have kids who are very, very talented in this county. And I also wanted to say thank you to all the teachers and for hanging in there and understanding that help is on the way. I want to thank Dr. Lateef and his staff, and also for their work, and Teresa Polk. That those staffs of nurses, I just appreciate all of you, and thank you. The equity piece, I do think we need to have someone, a representative. I'm not here just to promote myself for that, but I think that is something that needs to be systematic, and I think we have to have input at a certain point on a systematic basis, instead of asking for reports. And we have, because I know Lori Williams, and Lori Williams is adamant about what she believes in, and so am I. I just think we need to think about ways that we can approach this in a more systematic way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to thank the superintendent and staff for the presentation tonight. I am going to make that request again that, we have a standing board agenda item after this committee meets. I also would like to, again, reiterate my desire to have a presentation based upon slide 15 and to hear from more of our own division expert staff to not only educate the board, but to educate the public sometime in the spring. I think it's really important, especially after the General Assembly meets, there will be new policies and laws regarding equity in the school division. And, I think it's important that the board stay current on how we are going to implement those new policies and guidelines that come out. And again, in relation to equity, also the equity framework that was approved in August 2020, if we could get that, not at the first February meeting, but at the second, I think that will help us as a board as we, continue to work on the strategic plan and as we work on the budget, considering that's the division equity framework, I think it would be imperative that the board receives that information and presentation as we go on to planning for budget season as our funding priorities. Strategic plan is our guiding light and pathway for the next 5 years. So I'd really like to hear about that approved equity framework before we make those decisions. And again, in relation to equity, as we talk about the return to in-person learning for our staff and our students, I know that it is 60% or around there that have of our school division students who have chosen to remain virtual at this point in time. So that leaves approximately 30% of our students who will be returning to the buildings to continue their learning. So when it comes to equity, I'm concerned because it's not normal for our division to spend so many resources on the minority of our population. That's just not been how things operate. And I'm not advocating one way or the other for it. I'm just saying from an operational standpoint, that's not a norm. So when it comes to equity, how is it that we are going to, spread our tools for equity and student learning and resources that will no longer be available? Like, what are we going to do to compensate when we change our scheduling and we change everything for these students to return into buildings to learn? What are the resources that will be put in place to supplement the resources that we are taking away with the schedule changing and all of that? I think that has been a question that has been weighing heavily on my mind, and as we make these decisions, I think it's something that we should look at as a board, and I'd love to hear the division's response to that and how all that will impact before we make our decision on the 17th, if we make one. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, Ms. Zarga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been a really great night to hear about all the things that are going on that are the positive, some of the problems that we're having. But mostly, I'm thinking about how grateful we should be to the people who are doing this work every single day, from the superintendent staff who are making sure that we can get vaccinations to our teachers, Dr. Ansher with the Department of Health, Novant for helping us do this, our nurses. A lot of gratitude to be able to get these things rolling. And yes, like I said earlier, pandemicing is hard. And with that in mind, I think we need to remember that grace again. We started off this year talking about giving grace to each other. We still need to be doing that. We have teachers who've been working really, really hard this entire time. We have been in school, just maybe not physically present in the building. And I've spoken to a lot of teachers over the past couple weeks about the things that were really weighing heavily on their minds. Everything from Tier 1 status to mitigation questions and concerns to how do I manage all these things. I'm worried about all these different things. It's why I have been reaching out to the division to think about how we can appreciate our staff. Is there something we could do with some sort of stipend or some kind of pandemic thing that, especially for these people who've been in the building for this entire time? Is there something we can do? I recently talked to a teacher who had a brilliant idea. I know teachers have been spending a lot of extra time working on their classrooms on Canvas, spending extra time creating assignments and all kinds of things for their students, but all along having to do these things beyond their normal work hours. When we go get our licenses, we have these credits that we have to turn in. So what about some recertification points that reflect the extra time and energy and effort that teachers have put in? And yes, I know we've had trainings. They've had lots of trainings, but they've also had some very real life in the moment training when their kids have to figure out something technological, and they got a plan for that now. And the last thing I want to say is that it's Governor Northam announced that it's Principal Appreciation Week. I don't think we talked too much about principals, but they have been doing so much work this entire time. I am so thankful that you are coming into these buildings and making them safe and welcoming our children. I got to go to Yorkshire and watch our second and third graders, one of the first cohorts, come off the bus and come to school for the first time. And they were excited. But the thing that I noticed was that principal had everything ready to go. The lists, the who goes where, the adults to help these kids get to where they need to be. And I know that was not easy work. And I know that this has been going on since a year, almost a year ago. So anyway, I have gratitude in my heart for everybody who's been doing this work. Thank you for everything. Wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance, stay home if you're sick. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Zargarpur. Good meeting, a lot of updates. I was elected to this board, I guess, in a special election in 2018 and now re-elected in 2019. I committed when I got elected that I would work very hard for the benefit of every resident in this county and all of our students and all of our staff. I think over the course, this will be my fourth budget that we're going to listen to next week. We've had a step and a COLA for our teachers every year. We had to suspend the COLA because of the pandemic. I look forward to seeing what our budget presents this year. As I've come on this board, I have fought for the benefit of improving the lives and the salaries of our teachers and our staff and everyone involved. The step in the COLA went to everyone in the school divisions over the last few years. So over the last 4 years, I think we've had a tremendous effort in catching up for our teachers, but we still have a long way to go. I was elected to represent the entire county. That's all the students and everyone. And as I pointed out in the past, we can't please everybody all the time. And so, but when I got elected, I committed to each of you that I would fight for all of us. And in this last couple of weeks, I've knocked on every door. I've tried to get this vaccine for us sooner. I think we're getting there. We're making some progress. I'm excited about that. That is the ultimate mitigator, but we have a lot of ways to go. We still have work to do. Everyone knows my stance on where I stand on in-person education. I believe we have the resources. I think this board has fought for those resources all year. We've gotten them from the County Board of Supervisors, the state, the CARES monies. We have the resources to do what we've done. We've done it successfully. And I'm excited moving forward as we start bringing in more students. I really believe we can continue to do this. And I have the deepest trust in the folks running our administration and our team. That's including Dr. Waltz, Mrs. Huebner, who daily astounds the board and all of us with all the work she does. I have to point out, because it was alluded to earlier this evening by Ms. Jessie, but Lisa Zargarpur, Vice Chair, has worked very hard since the beginning of the pandemic to try to get teachers some type of hazard pay, some type of stipend, some type of bonus to address the work that they've had to do over and above. Now, our school system was very behind in technology acquisition. We used much of our CARES fundings to catch up, and that included technology acquisition for our teachers and our staff and in the buildings. We are now looking at more CARES funding. Ms. Zargarpur has been working behind the scenes with board members, with administration to commit to trying to do something for our teachers, and I look forward to hearing more from her on this topic and as she continues to work this board for the benefit of our entire staff. So again, I want to thank everyone for this evening. I know these meetings are long. They're probably going to continue to be long. We have a lot of work to do as we pandemic even more. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.